Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country. With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University System, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education and the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the marginalized sector of society with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first polytechnic university.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a National Polytechnic University status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development, inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning, re-engineered polytechnic education. In re-engineering, we look into the existing processes in order to achieve formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1. Dynamic, transformational, and responsible leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2. Responsive and innovative curricula and instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3. Enabling and productive learning environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4. Holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5. Empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6. Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Sa bayan, gagamitin ang bigay mong karunungan mula sa'yo.
Tanglaw ng bayan, pinanday mo ang isip ng kabataan.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Kailangan mo ang maging Pilipino.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Tulay mo ang layunin mong makatao.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, gabay ang aral, diwa at hikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
Tangal ng bayan, tatak, PUP-an. Dumating ka sa sintang salat, sa dunong at sa yaman. Karunungang makatao, tagumpay ng Pilipino. Sinisinta ang PUP, tagumpay ng bayan ko. Maliwas ng bukas, abot kamay ang pangarap. National Polytechnic University, katuparan ng pangarap. Scholar ng bayan, tuloy ang pagsulong, nagmamahal ng lilingkod sa Diyos natin at bayan.
Mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, tulay ang aral, diwa at hikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
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 PUP ako, tagumpay.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Dinalaman ko ang maging Pilipino. Taglay mo ang layunin mong makatao. Tagumpay ako.
Tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako,
Recording in progress.
Good morning to all of our participants, our organizers, and to our guests, and welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and Open University System, and in cooperation with the International Project Management Association of the Philippines and International Project Management Association of Young Crew Members, the second International Conference on Project Management with its theme, Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices. I'll be your MC for the second day of this event. I'm Dr. Sasot, and welcome everyone. So before we formally start our event, may we request everyone to put yourselves in the holy presence of the Lord for the invocation to be followed directly by the Philippine National Anthem.
And
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiging kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso sa litin mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyat ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka masisingin. Sa dagat at tulog, sa simoy at sa langit mo baba, may nilatang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isat ng wala, pag-uwit ang bumpay na nanilinig, ang bituin ng araw niya, kailan pa may lumatinig. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, ang ipagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na pag may makakit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
To formally start our plenary session, it is my honor to introduce from the International Project Management Association, Professor Mariano Roque S. Senga Jr. Chairman Senga.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Prof. Roque, and actually, I'm here in the United Arab Emirates. Can you see me? Yeah. Okay. I'm here in the United Arab Emirates for a short business trip, and first of all, I would like to congratulate the team, our project management team, who organized this event, especially the professors and young crew members of IPMA Philippines for this successful event, and definitely our beloved PUP President Manuel M. Muhi for continuously cooperating with us for the benefits of the students and practitioners, the project management practitioners there in the Philippines and abroad. Okay, so again, thank you for all this effort that you have given, and I hope and we hope that the event will be beneficial to everybody, and to those of my IPMA family from the Netherlands, our President Jup, and our Council of Delegate Chairman Jesus, and to all of you, our special plenary speakers. Thank you for all your support, and there are too many to mention, but definitely we from the IPMA Philippines are very happy from the support we have given to us by the IPMA Global, even though it's a short notice. And thank you all, and wish you all success, including those who will be presenting their research paper. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Senga from IPMA Philippines. So we will now proceed to our first plenary speaker. So our first speaker is a full professor of project and program management at the Department of Management, Economics and Industrial Engineering at Politecnico di Milano, teaching at Masters of Science and PhD and specializing master's program. Is as Associate Dean for Corporate Education of the Polimi Graduate School of Management of the Politecnico di Milano, and Director of an International Master in Project Management and other master's programs. He is an author of more than 100 international publications in industrial plants management, project management, building information modeling, artificial intelligence, and mega projects. He is also involved in national and international research and consultant projects in different industrial sectors like oil and gas, construction, military, energy, digital payment, and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our first plenary speaker from Milan, Italy, Dr. Mauro Mancini.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Mancini.
Okay. First of all, thanks so much for your invitation. It's a pleasure for me to share with you which are the my experience and the result of my activity, the team that I'm leading Polytechnic di Milano that is working on different research topics in project management. Just for today, I decided to share with you some results that we are reaching in the area of the implementation of artificial intelligence technique and tools in project management. This is, let me say, a huge topic that nowadays we have to face with due to the fact that we are introducing artificial intelligence in different area of our life. When we go, I live in Milan, my apartment in the southern east part of Milan, and my office in the northern east west part of Milan, and so I have to cross the city, and each day I use artificial intelligence to decide, with Google Maps and Navigator, what could be the best way to reach the final destination. And so what we are looking in this last year is that we are slowly introducing artificial intelligence in a lot of our day-by-day life. A lot of algorithms are emerging, a lot of software and platform and machine learning tool and engine are developing nowadays in order to support our decision, because at the end, the artificial intelligence help us to support our decision in our life. So I just prepare some slides to present. I think, okay, you can see them. As you can see, I am presenting the result of the research that I developed with the team, in particular with Costanza Maiani, that is one of my PhD students working on the artificial intelligence area. And this is the main idea, main structure of the speech. First of all, I would like to share with you a sort of context description, and in order to identify the main research question that drive our research activity in the last few years, and then I would just focus my attention mainly on two papers. The first one regard the project portfolio selection and prioritization through supervised machine learning, and while we try to present data augmented model based on the identification of critical success factors. What does it mean? The area is when I have in my portfolio different projects, how can I decide, how can I support my decision in order to decide on which project I will, let me say, invest my time, invest my money, invest my effort in order to decide which project will start, supposing it will be a success factor. It will be successful. So we analyze which are the critical success factors that we can identify at the beginning, and then we use machine learning algorithm in order to generate numbers that help us to identify better which could be the best project to start. And this is the area of the first paper. In the second paper is this paper is associated to a consultant project with an Italian firm working in the decommissioning area, where we try to implement machine learning algorithm to the risk management phase for the commissioning project. In that case, the problem is that in nuclear project, mainly in the commissioning of nuclear plant, it's very difficult to understand and to decide which are the best risk mitigation action to be implemented in order to create a safer condition for the decommissioning of our projects. And in this paper, we propose a model that help the manager to identify, to optimize the overall group of action that can support the development of our projects. What is the context description? Generally, we are focused in the area of project-based organization. Why we are focused on the area of project-based organization? Due to the fact that we develop projects in different type of organization, but obviously the one that nowadays are more mature in developing the tool and technique, the best tool and technique, and so obviously even in the implementation of artificial intelligence decision-making process are the one that make their best activity, their success exactly on the execution of project. And in this type of cases, there are some factors that classify or that characterize those kind of companies. First of all, the complexity. This means that generally we are talking about companies that work in a very complex market due to the fact that there is a high level of technology, high number of stakeholders, high level of usage of digital platform or digital tool that help in the management of numbers, in the management of information that allow manager to take decision. Risk. Why risk? Because as much we increase, we are exiting worldwide from the pandemic situation. Here in Italy, we have the huge problem of a war between Russia and Ukraine. There is an overall energy crisis that emerged due to the consequences of the war. What does it mean? That there is a lot of uncertainty that most of time in technical sector is seen as something that is negative, but in other sector, marketing, sales, fashion, whatever, entertainment, risk is seen also as a positive situation. When I have a lot of uncertainty, there is the opportunity to grow as a company, to grow as a manager, and the opportunity so to benefit of an uncertain situation. And so it's usually important when we have an uncertain situation to have all the possible tool technique that allow us to understand much better the situation in order to take decision. The area where the big and critical project has main problems is the planning and execution area. That means, for example, when we have a big infrastructural project, when we have mega project, with mega project we intend those projects characterized by global value bigger than more or less $1 billion. In those kind of situation, there is the high complexity in terms of number of resources, in terms of amount of material, in terms of technological complexity. And so most of the time, mainly in the second phase, this means in the execution phase, we have to cope with a lot of problem of one of the more common and repetitive result of our research when we talk about, for example, the critical success factor of mega project. Always what emerge is that the real success factor of complex project and big project is the correct management of stakeholders. What does it mean? This means that we must increase our capability to manage, to identify the stakeholder, to map the stakeholder, to characterize the stakeholder, and so to identify the best way to manage each type of stakeholder. And so the big question is, in this kind of situation characterized by complexity, risk, difficulty in the execution, management of stakeholder, how artificial intelligence can support our decision. No? On the right hand of this slide, you can see that there are some area where we already start to use or try to figure out possible implementation of artificial intelligence, that are the gray area, talking about forecasting and performances, or gonna decision, no, in the, for example, in the bidding process, no. And these two examples that we will see regards more or less this area. There are a lot of area where we are really at the beginning in terms of value management system, and so how I can control and review the initial schedule on the basis of the actual performances of our project, or what regards the cost and time estimation. I think that my friend that will talk after me will present something regarding this in the infrastructural project, probably stadium and so on, and in risk modeling. Risk modeling, one of the two papers regards that I will present regards exactly this topic. And so just for a small theoretical concept, just to align our perception, no? Artificial intelligence, let me say, can be defined as something that encompasses any technique which enable machine to act by simulating the human behavior to achieve the best result, or in certain scenarios, the best result expected. This is one of the huge amount of definition that we can find on the net. In the last month, all of us in the world, we talk about ChatGPT as an example of artificial intelligence identified and used and immersed in the production of text. And as we know, this is based simply on the based on the correlation, statistical correlation and combination of words that help the algorithm to produce new text, because if you check also the level of plagiarism is very low. This means around 10 or 14% by the usage of this engine. But at the end is something that exactly try to simulate the human behavior, how we connect information. In this, we have the machine learning algorithm that try to enable computer-based application to detect patterns in data and to act without explicitly being programmed. What does it mean? Is a self-understanding of the correlation of data that can give us the possibility to produce new data, new information. Machine learning. I learn automatically by the past in order to see what, in order to forecast what will be the future, and obviously a project like the combination of resource, human, financial, and material, in order to undertake a unique scope and then the given constraints, and let me say blah blah blah, the classical definition of project. If we refer to the artificial intelligence, we had an evolution on the year. This means that at the beginning, the major challenge was to perform tasks that are easily solved by human being, but hard to describe formally in terms of mathematical use. Nowadays, is not just in the direction of a process rules previously defined by human means, but also aiming to understand the human learning. We are developing with other professors always in the area of IPMA, for example, the usage of a chatbot for training project management, and so we are using the technology of IBM Watson in order to create a personalized chatbot that first of all try to identify which are the answer of a student that want to learn about project management, and obviously propose a solution, an answer to those questions. If we try to make a sort of balance between the area of human-centered and rationalism, we can find a different definition. I just show you there some definition regarding the reasoning of the usage of artificial intelligence and the, let me say, approach that we can have in terms of behavior, and this allows us to identify within our company which are the best area, the best configuration of company where we can implement artificial intelligence. Here there is just an example. In that case, we refer to project-based organization because, as I told you at the beginning, these are companies where the combination of strategy, processes, behavior, human resource, and structure are so, let me say, complex that allow the implementation of complex projects that are the one where could be better to start in order to use artificial intelligence technology. In fact, in organizational context, artificial intelligence can be considered as a technology that seems to be introduced as a means of emulating human performances with the potential to draw its own conclusion through learning, which can aid human cognition in even replace humans in tasks that require cognition. Now, this is one of important references that we can find on the net, like a sort of let me say literature review, and we strongly believe on this because the value is the capacity of a good service or an activity to satisfy the need or provide a benefit to a person or a legal entity. And in this we can see that the artificial intelligence effect in an organizational context are the performance improvements, process speeds, increased process flexibility, product customization, innovation of process and outputs, decision making. And these obviously bring us to generate value in terms of process automation, gain insight through data for decision making, engaging customer and employees, designing and delivering new products and services. No? So what does it mean? This means that we can use artificial intelligence in different areas, mainly to improve the related performances. These can be stressed in the implementation of the value generation, both in at the project level, but also at the portfolio level. Another, I won't discuss about this, but another area in which project artificial intelligence can be used, for example, is the best selection of project portfolio. No, we just touch quickly this part in the next slide. The main idea that our team is try to answer is which are the performance improvements and the value generated by adopting artificial intelligence in project-based organization. So the main point is considering cost and benefit, how we should decide if and where we can implement artificial intelligence, and which are the benefits in terms of improving our performances. No? And so we try to answer mainly to two questions, no? Which are the performance improvement and the value generated, and which are at the level of portfolio, and the same at the level of a project. Here you can see some of our results, some of our papers already published or presented in congresses, and I can jump this, and just few consideration on the reason why. No, the reason why it's important to answer to those questions is that if we, for example, look at the IPMA Pulse of Profession, that I suggest, no, as a reference each year, no, of the other association, that give us some result, a picture of the characteristic of our job of project manager, we can see that 62% of projects fail before completion. What does it mean? They do not reach the supposed initial performances, and 60% of projects are over time, 56 are over budget, 44 are out of the target. This is another critical aspect, no, that sometimes we want to be out of the target due to the fact that we miss or we make some mistakes in the definition of the scope. Some other time we are not just able to pursuing the original target of the project. And another characteristic that emerged from this statistical analysis is the lack of information and related to market volatility. And so let me say, since I don't know what will be the future evolution of the market, or it's very difficult to identify what will be the future vision of the market, obviously it could be difficult to take a correct decision on the project and also from the investment point of view. For this reason, I decided to show you quickly, no, two area of implementation. One is the in the area of project portfolio management, that is the single case study, and the second one is on the project risk management. We already work on another research on the project portfolio selection, and we are also, as I told you, try to identify how artificial intelligence can support us in the training activity. Okay, having a look to the clock, talk about the first project, that is the one regarding the project portfolio selection, through the supervised machine learning. The supervised machine learning is the type of machine learning opposite to the unsupervised machine learning. The supervised is based on a rule previously identified. Unsupervised is based on the identification of the rules to cluster the data based on the data itself, that are not fixed at the beginning, but they emerge as a result of the type of data. And in this, we will see that in order to identify which are the critical success factors, we will try to start from a few amount of data. We will use algorithm due to data augmentation in order to design correctly, or increase our perception and correctly design the behavior of our project, so that we can analyze the scenario and take the related decision. The main research question are the one listed over there, which are the variables that determine the performance of a project. What machine learning technique are used nowadays to predictively define the performance evaluation, which model are already be studied, and which are the knowledge gap of the presented model. Now, this is a sort of query at the level of keywords. I generally suggest to start in this way also for any kind of research. Try to identify which are the best tool and technique and model and paper that we can identify through an increasing detailed research analysis. These are the two steps in terms of keywords identification and final strategy. And what emerge from this literature review is that an initial assessment is carried out in preparation for the subsequent screening phase. And so a common set of parameters for the evaluation of individual project is defined at the beginnings, when we want to identify the best project. And then obviously after this project analysis, there is the screening phase that support our decision. Generally, we can have different perception of the use of artificial intelligence as a source of sustainable competitive advantage, of new project management practice, leads the way to the successful selection, or in the area of success, project success and selection. What we can see is that the implementation of machine learning in the project portfolio selection could lead to the prediction of a certain target variable, like return on investment, that can help prioritizing projects. That would be highly beneficial in creating a decision support system able to guide companies through this complex decision-making process. What does it mean? We try to identify indicators like the return on investment, compute them, and forecast them in order to take decision of what could be the best project for the future. This is the developing model that we use to select the papers, moving from 157 to 20 different papers, and at the end, the final criteria, as you can see in the lower part of the slides, is that we identify 20 papers that right now use and represent artificial intelligence to identify the correct project selection. So, due to the complexity and the in the environment, affect the project selection decision, and so the decision-making process is very difficult because project tend to fail, and so there are several pitfalls in the current decision-making process. So it's important to define a univocal critical success factor, and so the point is, if the artificial intelligence can improve our definition of critical success factor, and so improve our decision on the best project. On the basis of this, we identify nowadays which are the more important top, let me say, paper that talk about this project, this topic, and what emerge, the result. First of all, the polarized models present a structure that, starting from the input variables related to project success, led to the output of the best portfolio. However, only one of these provide the ranking of the project based of the artificial network result. Some of the work do not use fuzzy logic, although they gather data from questionnaire or expert interviews, and so they do not account for uncertainty. Almost most models have the structural limitation of using rather a small data set as an input of in a proposed model. This is one element that creates barriers even at the beginning, of the usage of the, let me say, even a research question, but on the use of artificial intelligence in project. Why? Because the main problem is generally the fact that the project is something that is unique, and so since it's unique, we don't have a lot of data in our background of that can be considered together in order to define a future scenario. And this has been, let me say, a theoretical barrier in the past to use a project. What is the solution that we can use? The augmented data set, and so in order to identify the portfolio definition, we try to increase the data characterizing past project in order to identify rule for the implementation. What is the proposed model? We can see here the proposed model that after the systematic literature review and narrative review, the type of successful factor are those related to these three big areas: strategical, tactical, and operational. We collect critical success factor, and we try to map the those sector through linguistic evaluation. We try to identify which are the value of these critical success factor in different project, and we link the value of those critical success factor to the final success of the project. Here there is the macro algorithm, the proposed model that we use. I don't want to spend too much time much time on this. And what we used is the fuzzy logic. Also in that case, I don't want to enter too much on this. Is standard. Let me say that is something that is standard. When we do not develop something completely disruptive, we just try to the literature through the literature review to identify which are the existing tool and technique, and the fuzzy logic is, let me say, an old approach that help us to reach in a data augmentation in our data set. Okay, one of the aspects that is important in this type of model is the identification of the error, how we compute the error. I just jump this just to let you know that we identify the critical success factor. We understand that we need to give a value to those critical success factors for past project, and in order to correlate them to their final success, and we use a big consultant company, in that case Capgemini, for the test of the model. Capgemini is a worldwide consultant company working in those sectors, and the percentage of the project success in terms of economic margin is represented by this cake graph, where we can see the distribution of the percentage. What was the activity? The activity was we took more or less 27 different projects. We collect data on the value of the different critical success factor, and we merge those data with the judgment of expert in the final success of the project itself. These has been let me say described and put in a matrix that try to represent the value of the success factor and obviously the related success of the project. I go quickly to the implementation of this work. Obviously, in the specific case of the company, we identify which are for that company the value of the critical success factor that at the beginning can give us the idea of the final success of the project. In terms of global perception, we can see that from the research point of view, this type of activity try to contribute to the extent theories of the factor school identified by Sonderlund, that provide a method that automatically relates different combination of critical success factor to project success. And so this type of approach, this type of model, try to solve the problem of missing data with the part of data augmentation. From the managerial point of view, what we learned through this research project was that at the end, a company can effectively implement supervised machine learning as a decision support system for classifying projects in the early starting phase. The possibility of a concrete use by practitioner must be explored. What does it mean? This means that obviously we were the team of the developers that quickly implement the machine learning algorithm. Sometimes we need to say that what is important for a company is to identify the correct question to be be delivered to their manager, and then even a small consultant company can use those model in order to analyze and collect data. And this is the first paper. Sorry, I don't know how much time I have, because probably I start later on. If someone can support me in this, I would appreciate. Right now, I can just quickly describe the second paper on nuclear decommission. Also, in that case, we worked is the result, let me say, of a consultant project for a company operating in Italy on the decommissioning of a nuclear plant, with the problem of identifying the correct combination of risk mitigation action in the project itself. What was the point? We want to understand if artificial intelligence can support the risk management in nuclear decommissioning projects that are characterized by a very, very low number of previous experience and a very high level of uncertainty of the result of some decision. So for this reason, what we developed was, as always, systematic literature review. We identify a risk management framework based on IPMA and PMI norms, and then we will try to structure a survey in order to identify the best practice for project implementation. Also, in that case, the same approach in terms of literature review, and then filtering the scopus. We identify, and in that case, I just want to stress this at the beginning of last year, no, the middle of last year, just 2 papers. No, this is interesting. Just 2 papers provides artificial intelligence models, no, that try to integrate the 3 main project risk management phases. No, because the one, sorry, by Quasi and all, and the other by Island et al. No, that's where 2 interesting paper regarding the topic. I suggest all of you to read them. But at the end, what emerges is the lack of an integrated model. No, and so our research question was: is it possible to develop an integrated risk management model to manage and monitor risk? Both in the risk management, in the risk assessment, and the mitigation action, and obviously how we can use this model to estimate the contingency and in the sector. Okay, I think that this is the synthetic picture, no, of the approach that is based on the first part of risk assessment. How we can identify risk, the identification of mitigation action, and then the identification of contingency allocation. Now, this is the global schema of the implementation of artificial intelligence in that area. And let me say, we use the fuzzy group decision-making approach in order to identify, the main risk in the nuclear plant. Then we use fuzzy bias as a belief network for the second phase of the risk assessment, mainly in the area of identification. In the area of mitigation action selection, consider that This, from the practical point of view, was one of the more difficult activities due to the fact that the number of mitigation action was so big, and even the judgment of a manager on them was not so easy to be collected, but use fuzzy techniques for order preference by similarity and ideally solution. That is a technique that is used in this area, and obviously, as before, the 𝒑𝒑𝒏𝒈 and belief network. That is the last part. In the contingency calculation, we just contingency, and we increase the range of the minimum amount to the maximum amount in order to make simulation. This was implemented in a real portfolio of projects, and in order to identify the best combination of risk action, in the project itself. We collected data through questionnaire in the expert in order to identify the risk. We implement their assessment with a software Netica that creates the connection between source and the mechanism and output of uncertainty. We create a sort of list of dependent risk obtained by the first phase, their evaluation and the final score, in order to make a sort of risk identification and their related assessment. We focus the attention on the identification of the contingency. Why? Because we are still working in the area of risk mitigation action, so we were not able to implement the uncertainty in the second block. And what we defined, we saw that through artificial intelligence we are able to manage risk interrelationship. We were able also to focus our attention not only on the primary risk, but also on the secondary risk. What does it mean? Considering the effect of a mitigation action. As regard the weaknesses, obviously, this approach, this model, has to increase in terms of capability of using expert judgment with good level of accuracy. And the main difficulty was the huge amount of mitigation action that can be considered in the process. But obviously, the activity to be done in general in the usage of artificial intelligence in our project is very, very big. Let me say that I want to close saying that it's narrowing, it's a topic at the early beginning. There is a lot of work to do in order to let us be familiar in using artificial intelligence in supporting our decision. And so obviously for anybody that is interested in working on this topic, please don't hesitate to contact us in this research path. And I finished. Sorry, I use all the time. Sorry if I was longer. That was respect to what was supposed. I don't know if there are some questions or whatever.
All right, so we will now be entertaining questions that you might have.
Thank you. Obviously, I can leave for those who are interested in working on this topic, I can leave my email and so that you can contact me for any clarification, on the topic. Obviously, we are interested in people and researchers that want to work on this topic. I think it's an emerging topic, and there is the need of people working on it.
Recording in progress.
So let us now proceed to our second plenary speaker. So let me introduce our second plenary speaker. Our second speaker is the president of 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒄 Consulting, and he's also an esteemed BIM and project management, and has been a guest lecturer at a number of universities worldwide. So to talk about the revolutionizing construction project management through BIM, please help me welcome the president of 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒄 Consulting in Ljubljana, Slovenia, 𝟐𝐍𝐃 𝐈𝐍𝐃. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. So it's really a great pleasure to be with you today, at least online. So if it is okay with you, I will start now sharing my screen. Please just let me know if you can see well my slides.
Yes, sir, we can now see your slides, sir.
Okay, is it full screen?
Yes, sir, it's already in full screen.
Oh, okay, thank you. So just a brief introduction about Bexel. So we as a company are a software technology vendor and develop projects for BIM integrated project management and in general construction management. And we are also consultants on a lot of prestigious projects all over the world. We got a lot of awards for our technology on the global level, and we are also a certified training center globally for BIM. Our technologies are currently available in 14 languages, and we are really proud to have a lot of very large construction companies, investors, project managers all over the world who are using our technologies. So just a brief overview of who can benefit from BIM and digitalization. So based on the usage of, let's say, our technology, slightly more than $250 billion, still the most users are coming from investor or project management side, slightly more than 50%. But what we recently noticed is the huge group of contractors who believe that integrating holistic for them. Of course, there are also designers, OEM companies, and so on. What we believe from the start that BIM and the digitalization of construction industry could be more or less equally successfully implemented on all types of construction projects. And as we can see on the left hand side chart, that more or less, I don't want to say equally, but we can see that this usage of BIM is spread across different types of the projects in a similar level, and that's what we believe is going to continue, so that the BIM is in general beneficial for all types of the projects. So just a short about terminology introduction. So in BIM, there are several terms which are quite important. So first of all, we have something which is called the 3D design, and we in BIM use for us, because it is BIM building information modeling. For us, this information is crucial. So it's much more about data management than just geometry management. Of course, this geometry helps us. So that's a 3D part. Then we have what is called the 4D, which is focused in general on time component. And this is important for construction planning, monitoring, cash flow analysis, and so on. And then we have a component 5D, which is as a 5D BIM, and it's related to cost and resource management and everything related to that aspect. Last but not least, we have something called 6D BIM, and this is related to as-built and facility management. Now we have something even more, so it's called ND, and that ND could be everything else like safety, energy analysis, carbon footprint, a lot of other things which we can cover in a digital construction management. So what are the challenges and what are the opportunities we have at the moment? This is an interesting slide developed by World Economic Forum, and in this slide it was analyzed all new cool technologies which are available for us in construction management. And what was a conclusion that this integrated BIM is on the overall productivity and optimization of construction management. And in my presentation today, I'm going to focus on this holistic approach, integrated BIM, and the single source of truth. So where we are today, and when I personally jumped into this construction management almost 2 decades ago, I noticed, based on various researches at the time I was living in the States, about inefficiency in construction industry. And you can see on the left-hand side with the red line how all other industries are more and more efficient over the decades, and unfortunately construction is not performing well. On the right-hand side, you can see a similar reason or explanation why this is happening, and we see that the waste is so huge. I'm not talking just about material waste, but time waste and everything else. And in manufacturing, of course, results are much better. And then I was a bit surprised. I thought that it's just due to that the people in construction management are not efficient, are not professional, are not willing to improve themselves, and so on. But in reality, I can say now, after 20 years, that construction projects are, in terms of project management, by far the most complex human endeavors we have. So we could have a single task in some other industries, like a nuclear plant, sending a rover to Mars or so on. So the single task could be much more complex than just painting a wall in a building. But when you collect all tasks, when you envision all items, cost items necessary to be evaluated in a cost estimation, when you deal with a highly detailed construction schedule with dozens of thousands of tasks, when you have a complete fragmentation with a lot of subcontractors, supply chain management and logistics is also very complex. At the end, we have a lot of safety issues because we are not in the office or in a factory, so everything needs to be controlled in a much more complex environment. Then you have a weather and on-site conditions. And last but not least, the project is constantly change and update. And to do all this stuff without successful automation, digitalization, and data integration, I will say it's not very difficult, but almost impossible. And this is another interesting statistics from, I don't want to name it, but one of the most developed European countries, and maybe the market, the leader in terms of construction optimization. And they did a very thorough research how efficiently workers are performing their works on site. And currently only 15% of workers' time on site is really productive and effective work. Theoretical maximum is around 70%. But between and we usually have a feeling that it's just the workers are a bit lazy, they're not efficient, or so on. But in location, time, conflicts of task and activity, wrong sequencing of activity, variation orders, lack of subcontractor coordination, poor communication, and a lot of other stuff which cause those delays and issues. And of course, what is a current challenge we see and believe is an opportunity for our entire industry to optimize it and get better results. So these are some examples of what I mentioned, what is called the 4D and 5D BIM. So on the right-hand side, you see a 4D, 5D simulation, but what is even more important are all analysis coming from the single source of truth we see on the left-hand side. It's material usage, it's procurement analysis, it's what's called the flow lines, it's cash flows, labor usage, zoning, quantities of materials. So the idea is to be able to analyze in real time everything you have on your project and make what is called data-driven decisions. So the vision of this and what we are achieving on a number of projects is that all this analysis and simulations could literally be produced in a couple of hours if everything is prepared in a proper manner. And I'm going to show you some examples how actually this process works in the future. Everything, I hope this presentation will be available to all of you, so you can see all these videos, and there are links in the presentation to those videos and simulations. How we evaluate the success of every technology, not just by having extremely complex technology, where users needs to be experts, PhDs, and so on, but usually in order to have a huge adoption rate and to be available to everyone, we need to simplify the end results in a form of interactive dashboards and allow all stakeholders to easily understand what's going on and to be able in an interactive way to analyze the performances, perform what-if scenarios, identify the pitfalls, analyze productivities, and so on. And what is also very important, that in a holistic construction project management, we need to do integration or integrate BIM technologies in all phases, not just in a design stage or let's say just operation stage, because then we will utilize the most of the benefits of this integrated BIM approach. What is current situation? This is research done by McGraw-Hill primarily, is that BIM and digitalization is currently mostly adopted in the early design stages, and unfortunately quite behind and much lower level of implementation in construction stage. And the same goes with operation and maintenance stage. Why this is a challenge? Because construction stage of the project is the cash most intensive, labor most intensive, risk most prone phase of the project. And if we are not using this construction management holistic digital approach in construction phase, although we prepare some stuff in design stage, we are still not going to succeed. What's unfortunately truth is that traditional tools, and mostly even Excel, is currently used on a construction site at the moment. And unfortunately, by using, of course, Excel is a brilliant tool, but not automated, not efficient, and require a lot of manual things to be done. Unfortunately, we could not cope with the changes, and we could not have accurate analysis if we do not digitalize ourselves in all stages, especially in construction stage. So what we are trying to do from the day one, and what we achieved with this, is that we try to transfer construction industry in a similar way what Henry Ford did with assembly line a process in car manufacturing industry more than a century ago. And what is very good news for all of us is that, for example, McKinsey did excellent research where they said that by applying those manufacturing style production systems in construction industry, we could increase productivity 5 to 10 times. And I am going to show you a bit later how this is really achieved and how we bring this intelligence and automation to the entire process. So what are the possible benefits? Why we should digitalize ourselves? So we believe that we should always focus on the real measurable benefits. And if we could not justify the optimization of the processes and clearly describe the benefits and identify clearly measurable benefits, we should not do digitalization for ourselves. And so the focus should be always on the measurable benefit. So in this case, on the left-hand side, you see a British national strategy where they believe that costs, for example, could be lowered by 33% and 50% could be faster delivery and emissions. On the other side, Boston Consulting Group is slightly more conservative. They are talking about 13 to 21%. But one way or another, we are talking about huge amount of money we could save, and that's why should be focused if digitalization is properly done. If it's done just in order to be digitalized, but still on the side or during design process, a lot of things are done manually, then of course results are not going to be successful. So I'm going to skip this video because it's a bit longer. I would like to give you also the overview of the global governing organization in the world which manage digitalization of construction industry. It's called Building Smart International, and we develop a lot of ISO standards and lot of guidelines, lot of open formats, lot of suggested workflows. So if you're interested to learn more about digitalization process, you are most welcome to visit our website or join some of our conferences. We within construction division are focusing on primarily on the issues of construction phase of the project, but of course we are closely collaborating, and even in our company Bexel we have a lot of our experts involved in other divisions, and because, as I said, the holistic approach is of course very important, and we are unifying this process across the world. So from Japan to United States, we try really to standardize everything and talk the same digital language. And I have to say we achieved a lot of success in the last 25 years. So this is why and how we can combine desktop cloud-based, in this case, portfolio manager. Examples how engineers analyze this in an integrated ecosystem and transfer the information to the cloud where other stakeholders can easily visualize, identify where the pitfalls, where the challenges, where the opportunities for optimization, and have everything in a trustworthy environment where data is coming from the digital model, not the opposite when it's just manually entered. What is also very important, and what even Professor Mancini mentioned, is a portfolio manager. So the ability to combine all your projects in a single source of truth and identify the total cost or the duration of the project, or identify the number of clashes you have on the project, or volume of concrete you need to have on all your projects in a certain city. So what is the game changer in this digitalization? If we are talking about holistic digital construction management, we're always facing with the problem, who will enter all this data, who will manage this data, how we will cope with the changes. And that's where most of the projects fails, because they are done in a traditional way. It's a manual entering of the data. It's not concept of the single source of truth. And simply, even if we have the best tools, let's say Primavera is an excellent tool, but if we need manually to change everything, manually to enter everything, manually to create tasks and relationship, manually to attach resources to it, we will not cope. And that's why today, on more than 95, I will say 98% of the projects, we are using just the 2% of capabilities of those tools, because there is no automation. Everything is done is more or less manual way. The beauty of BIM models is that they're a huge databases. This is an example of football stadium for the World Cup held last year in Qatar. So where we can see a lot of data, more than 72 million property values were in that model already by, and that's what our technology, for example, is doing, is just integrating in a smart way this data and utilize it for producing all analysis. So the workflow goes that use everything which is already done and just integrate this in an efficient way. Unfortunately, today we are not having this situation. I'm not going to elaborate a lot about the risk issues. You are, I hope, very well aware of this, but today, just a few examples. We do not have usually a detailed Gantt charts, flow is somewhere else. We are not produce clear daily, weekly, monthly look ahead plans. We are not have accurate progress monitoring and at the end we don't know where we are in the project. So the idea is to do all this stuff, but as much as possible in automation. And the approach is very important. We have a situation that even if we produce 3D models or big models, which are on the left-hand side, we manual older analysis, like planning is, for example, done in Microsoft Project, estimation is done in Excel, logistic is done in some logistic tool, financial analysis are done in SAP or ERP. So, and correlate all that, and we change some in construction schedule. It's not change. That's why we are not having a single source of truth, but unfortunately doesn't offer. Yeah, and that's why claims happen on the side. We see cannot and have to manually update all this analysis. We will not succeed because we as a humans cannot cope with all changes and all issues we are facing with on a construction projects. That's why in automation and digitalization, and we believe that the tools like ours, BIM project management tools, should be the core of the construction management. So the idea is that all analysis are coming from the centralized singles, and that means that whenever you change something in design, whenever you change something in any of the analysis, you have the all other analysis and dashboards are going to change automatically. And that's what also is very important for holistic construction contract management. I want to say that I'm not personally a legal expert, but for I believe more than 6 years, I'm one of the leading members and currently vice chairman of BIM and Digitalization Committee of EFCA, FIDIC, so European branch of FIDIC, so largest association on the global level for engineering consultants. And we, of course, are working a lot on the contracts and trying to implement this digitalization in the contracts, because if they are not in the contracts, we are not going to successfully implement them because they are not going to be the core of obligation. And we produced a lot of guidelines in collaboration with ISO and other associations how to successfully implement standards and open BIM on the on your projects. This is a schematic of our technology, but I just want to say that what is the key is that technology is open and available. So there are plenty and can easily be integrated with other tools. So what we believe is that there is not a single technology. So there are plenty, as you can see here on this screen, plenty of other tools also available. And what we need to do is to successfully, in open formats, integrate them and have what we like open interfaces. And there are plenty of standards. We as a Global Building Smart Association developed. One of the most important is IFC, a second one is BCF. And luckily, since we develop all these standards, our tools can easily communicate, so we don't need to develop a dedicated interface for just connection with one or another application. We literally, by supporting those open data standards, we can easily communicate with all available tools. And that's our vision of let's say, our digital society in construction industry. So just to give you the overview of the benefits of this 4D, 5D simulations. So you will see that all these simulations can be implemented on a totally different types of the project. So you will see a visualization, and on the left or right hand side, various analytics which are automatically produced. These are color-coded schemas where we see risks, we can see subcontractors, we can see cash flows and everything else. And the benefit of this analysis that we have two good news. One is that all these analyses are, as I mentioned, coming from accurate data. So they're already very accurate and detailed. And on the other side, by utilizing automation, everything you saw here in this simulations is produced literally in less than a couple of hours or maximum 1 day. Why this is very important? Because if we need months and months of hard work to produce such analysis, we literally are not going to benefit from it, because we are going to be already late, since we cannot, those simulation and analysis are going to come on the site where it's already too late. So in order to have useful information, we need to have this data available as soon as possible. So I used to say, if the data is available today, the value is 100. If the data is available in a week, the value is 30. If the data is an analysis is available in a month, the 5 is the value. And if after that, usually just 1. So the value of the same information is 100 times higher if we have it just in time, comparing to some usual processes where we need months of work in order to grasp where we are. How we do that? By a smooth integrated workflows where the data is easily combined, and literally from the model and original data, you produce all respective analysis like the cash flows, construction schedules, and even manage and enter the progress, everything in a single ecosystem, and by utilizing the data which are already available, not manually creating the data. So these are just another example, let's say for the football stadium, just to understand that this is not the vision. This simulation, for example, is developed 7 years ago. So all this is already very mature and available and heavily used by a lot of companies on the world. And this is something which is these technologies, and there are plenty of other technology vendors across the world, are going to really change the construction industry and help in optimization of the processes. So previously, without technologies like ours, it would take more than a year just to grasp what's happening on the complex construction projects like this. And of course, the accuracy of those analyses will be much more lower. So as I said, with the measurable results, we are talking about 10 to 20% of the cost savings we directly could achieve if we successfully implemented technologies in a proper way. That's why we, of course, support not just we, but the others as well, the large clients and so on. Otherwise, it's just based on our experience. And even we are top managers and professionals, we will make a lot of mistakes and oversee a lot of things because we are humans and we cannot cope with such changes. I would just now move to give you one idea. So skip certain processes because it's too detailed, just to see how we are transferring all this analysis from original BIM model to the dashboards. As I said, the key how you should evaluate technologies is how accessible this to the most of the users. I will even speed up this because there are a lot of technical things, but just you can see that you can do a cost estimate almost automatically. So the very detailed, and then combine this cost estimate automatically produced with the methodologies and scheduling logic I mentioned. The system automatically produced a very detailed Gantt charts, but also a line of balance with all resources. So you can see how this flow line is maybe not the optimized. Now you see something which is much more optimized, original or optimal cash flow. So when you have instant feedback or resource usage, then you can really optimize the things. If we usually say, if someone says I'm an expert or this schedule is optimized, what analysis have you performed of that schedule that you are quite sure that this is the optimized schedule? If the answer is I'm just an expert, I have a feeling or something like that, we unfortunately know that the plenty of mistakes could happen. If the data is behind and we can easily see if the resources are balanced or not, we know if we could really have something which is variable and useful, or it is just the Gantt chart developed for the sake of Gantt chart. This is another example how you can send to the site what has to be done, and then just by, if you are a bit late, just deselect what's not done that week, send back to the system, and the system automatically produce planned versus actual and notice the delays and inform you that based on this small delay, you are going to be 1 or 2 days behind the planned schedule. So these are, you can see also very accurate monthly payment certificates and everything else. So the idea is that all this data is coming from what is called the concept of single source of truth, and all the analyses are produced. So I will just now, as I said, these are the challenges. You are fully aware of those challenges, and I will use another, emphasize this budget evaporation. So due to all this issues, literally a lot of money is lost. So unfortunately, nobody's getting that money. I usually say, I will be happy if the client gets this 20% or contractor. Unfortunately, nobody due to inefficiency is getting this. And this is an interesting analysis based on the thousands of projects where we have been involved and where the BIM and digitalization is successfully implemented. So you can see the estimated in terms of cost and time, the benefits you can get from digitalization, and usually between 5 and 15 times is return on investment. Of course, if you properly do digitalization. So for every dollar you invest in a good digitalization or BIM in construction project, you will get 5 to 15 at least. And of course, there are plenty of case studies, so this could be justified on a real cases and examples. And this is just the time and cash component. I don't want to say about a lot of additional things you have, which you know, or the client can know what.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much to our plenary speaker, President of Dexel Consulting, 𝟐𝐍𝐃. So we have questions. I hope so you can still have, as you can spare a few more minutes to answer a few questions.
Yes, please.
All right. So we have here, sir, some questions. I hope you can answer them from Paul Michael Guntalili. Question to Mr. Janjic. Using Bexel, can you further enlighten us with respect to interoperability and compatibility to other existing systems, say Revit, Navisworks, TAAD, etc., with respect to the degree of integration? Thank you.
Yeah, so of course, as I mentioned, Bexel is fully integrated. So for example, we are Autodesk, with collaboration with Autodesk with more than 20 years, so you can directly import all the data from Autodesk Revit or Navisworks directly in Bexel Manager, or send back changes or additional properties or information generated in Bexel. So this is a bi-directional link. Of course, we have the same approach with the project management tools like Microsoft Project or Primavera. So you can import the data to Bexel or export data from Bexel to, let's say, Primavera. The same goes with the SAP or any other ERP system. So of course, there is also fully open API, and you can by yourself develop interface to any other system or technology you have, because we honestly believe that data must be open. So just having everything in a closed ecosystem, not allowing others to access your information or to change your information, is a tricky part. I will honestly suggest to use open technologies as much as possible and using of open standard as much as possible.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So now let's have another question. I think, can we have one last question from Fredel de Vera? Are there challenges of integrating cybersecurity and facility management DIM documentations? Does it address cyber risks, or does it have risk management process maps for various areas of facility management?
I will just, again, we are focusing, I will just move, just to show you just how it looks like, let's say. Some of the benefits, of course, you can also manage the risk in a traditional way, but some use cases is that in this case with the asset management model, you define which are the mandatory documents, let's say for each pipe or chiller or any other part of equipment you have in your system, and in this case Bexel can automatically check if for every chiller, for every pump, for every window you have required the user manual, warranty, drawing, and so on. So this is an example. The second is that the system can automatically calculate the quantity of the painting you need to do every 5 years, or if there is a plan that every 10 years doors must be replaced, the system can give you immediately the information about the amount of work which has to be done. And last but not least, you can visually see where those activities are happening. And when you are going to the site, you can have a fully prepared documents and visualization what you need to do in a certain area. Of course, notifications are automatically sent to you what you must do in a certain period with all accompanying documents and so on. So the focus here is, of course, you rightly said in your question about risk management, but we also believe that the data must be organized in a smart way, so that when you have most of the data, it's going to by itself automatically reduce the risks. So again, we combine traditional approaches to project management with a holistic approach in data-driven digital project management. Are there any other questions?
Okay, do we have more questions? I think that's it, Sir Janjic, thank you so much. For regarding the presentation of Sir Janjic, you may message him through the details he shared earlier. Thank you so much.
If I may just answer to last question, because I noticed there are plenty of questions, so feel free to contact me directly. Just one very important question last was here. In the near future, do you see this technology is a standard tool in implementation of big ticket. I have to say that in our region, but not just in our region, it's already implemented on all major infrastructure projects. So railway projects with a lot of tunnels, bridges, highways, not just in our region, but in a lot of European countries, it's already implemented, and we successfully support the government projects like this. So as I said, it's not something so new. There are projects where for more than 5 years, large infrastructure projects where this is implemented. Currently, let's say in our country, on largest top 3 infrastructure projects, this is used already for a number of years. So definitely, this is one of the main purposes of the technologies like this. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much to our second plenary speaker for that. We regret to inform everyone that since we have very limited time, I hope that you can send your messages through the details shared by our plenary speaker earlier. And I'm very sure that Sir Janjic will be more than welcome to answer those questions because of the very interesting and informative talk earlier. So at this juncture, we will now proceed to the awarding of the certificate to our speaker. And of course, we request our officials from IPMA Philippines and of course our partners from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines to join us in awarding the certificate. So the same certificate, Polytechnic University of the Philippines and Open University in partnership with International Project Management Association of the Philippines and International Project Management Association Young Crew Philippines. This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Vejko Janjic in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023, given this 4th day of February 2023 via Zoom conferencing. Signed by the Chair of IPMA Philippines, Professor Mariano Roque S. Senga Jr., and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines President, Dr. Manuel M. Moody. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Janjic, for gracing our event for this morning.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. So we are also joined, of course, by Dr. Castolo. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. All right, so let's now proceed to our
I request everyone to please open on your camera for us to take our picture. Okay, 1, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 1, 2, 3. For the last one, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much and congratulations.
I'm on mute pala. I'm sorry. I hope everyone's still awake and very much excited for our succeeding topics for today. All right, so let us now proceed to our third plenary speaker, an equally competent speaker for this morning. So our speaker, let me introduce our next speaker. He has been active for more than 35 years in the field of project-related leadership in such diverse sectors as automotive engineering and consultancy, as well as various not-for-profit organizations. As managing director of TIBA Management Beratung GmbH, a leading PM consultancy in Munich, Germany, he supports executives of industrial clients in transforming their companies towards a project-oriented, adaptive, and sustainably successful organizations. He also published 36 books as well as several hundred articles and blog spots in the field project, program, and project portfolio management. In more than 20 years of voluntary engagement, he served the German Project Management Association, or GPM, as well as the International Project Management Association, or IPMA, in a range of leadership roles, including being president and chairman. And was granted for his international commitment with the honorary fellowship of IPMA and several of IPMA's members associations. He is an assistant professor at the European University, alma mater Europaea, and teaches project, program, and portfolio management. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Managing Director, IBA Management, Beratung GmbH, to talk about projectification of public sector in Germany, current situations, potentials, and the way forward, Dr. Reinhard Wagner. Good morning, Dr. Wagner.
Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to present the topic of projectification of the public sector in Germany at your conference, which is the second international conference on project management. And I'm unfortunately not able to attend in person, but it's a virtual recording. But I still remember my visit to Manila a few years back together with Dr. Jesus Martinez Almela, where we also had some discussions about the topic of project management. My name is Reinhard Wagner, and I'm in Germany. Right now it's pretty cold here, and I hope you have good weather in your part of the world. A few words about myself. I'm living nearby Munich, and I'm the managing director of a large consulting company that focuses on projects, change and transformation here in the German industry. I have more than 35 years of leadership and project experience in various roles, sectors, and countries as well, and teaching at the European University of Alma Mater in a doctoral study program on project management. I was involved in developing national and international standards in both the DIN and IPMA and ISO, and also worked with the government here in Germany on project management topics. I'm the former president of IPMA, also the former president of the German Project Management Association, so I'm very much engaged and still engaged with project management topics here. And if you want to reach out, please see my email address here at the bottom. So that's my professional email address. Now, talking about projects, I think we can follow many traces back into history nearly 500 years ago. I just picked one book. I think the author is very famous because he wrote Robinson Crusoe, the British author, and he published an essay upon projects already at the end of the 17th century. And he was talking about projects in the context of the society, to help society to develop and grow, but his focus were on men doing projects, and he called them projectors. And as you can see here, he formulated it like that three main characteristics, so competences are needed in order to be a projector. And the one thing is common sense. But it's not methodology or standards or anything. It's just common sense, honesty, he wrote, and ingenuity. Because he said also that projects, there are many problems, challenges, issues to resolve. And this is why in projects it's always important to have a good understanding of what we can do and what is important to do. Later, also in my country, we saw philosophers or public servants writing about projects and projectors. And one of them, Johann Heinrich Gottlob von Justi, he already said that everyone in the 18th century is doing projects. So it's not a new phenomenon. It's not something that we encounter nowadays, but it always has been in place. He describes here in that sentence what a project is. So I just read parts of it. He says a project is a detailed draft of a certain undertaking whereby our own or other people's temporal bliss is to be promoted, at which end all the means and measures to be taken, together with difficulties and obstacles to be feared, and the way to remove them are clearly presented in such a draft. So a draft to deal with circumstances, to get something done. And nowadays we would say that, but at the middle of these descriptions and narratives was also a single man, like also in this painting, which is a Bavarian painter, very famous in the 19th century. And this painting is called Project Maker. And if you have a closer look to that painting, you will see that there are no strings where the gondola is attached to the balloon. So it's a bit scary to look at this. And there's a final word about that painting saying the project maker is between hell and heaven. So it seems to be so self-confident to make everything happen. Now, if we turn rather to the first steps of project management, we turn away from the individuals, these heroic men, and so project management developed in the 1950s, mainly in the United States of America, mainly building on operations research, a mathematical approach to problem solving. And we inherited PERT diagrams, Gantt charts, critical path method, all these methods and tools, which is an abstraction of the project, which is basically looking into processes, methodologies, tools, plans are emphasized in that project management context, and you hardly find any human touch. And if you also look into the magic triangle, it was also about we have a limited time frame available doing projects. We have a limited budget, and therefore we can only do a limited scope in the project. And we need to fulfill a certain quality expectation. And that's what you may know under the term of iron triangle or magic triangle. So everything what we do in projects needs to fit into this magic triangle. And if we cut time or cut cost, then we will already see that it will be difficult to set this project in place. So this is why all project managers typically do a plan, do a risk assessment, and try to fit the project in this magic triangle. Okay, and there's a lot of tools, a lot of processes. And if you look on the right, that's the updated version of the ISO 21502 on project management. And it shows also where projects sit. So they sit between the strategic layer on the top, which is the top management's aspiration to move an organization forward with all the opportunities and threats. And they translate that into business cases. And the business cases typically form the basis for doing projects. Projects may be embedded in programs and project portfolios, and projects span from this idea to the operations and set that into place. And the intention is to get benefits out of that, which feedback into the strategy. So you see this is a full loop of setting the strategies or implementing strategies of an organization and make it happen. And that's what we can see in private industries. We can see that in public administration. We can see that in our private endeavors. We can see that in human development projects, whatever it is. I think that's the whole idea of implementing projects through this cycle. First, there's a strategy and our objectives. Then we formulate it as a business case or any case that is being implemented and turned into operations, harvesting the benefits. So that I think that's the key cycle that we need to consider. And it's more or less professional organized in the companies or public administration or on the government level. That really depends on their level of maturity. But you see, it's more a rather rational approach to executing projects. We won't find any soft things in here. And this is why also in the past, there has been many, let's say, projects and programs to develop project management further. And I like this book. It was published already in 2009 based on a Rethinking Project Management Initiative in Northern Europe. And as you can see, I highlighted 3 of them. There are many perspectives to look at projects. And not looking through the eyes of methodology and processes. If you look at projects from a social perspective, certainly people are doing projects together with other people for people. So it's all a people thing. And this is why leadership, communication, organization, collaboration, all these soft aspects play a decisive role. And nowadays, I'm also looking very much into psychological views of projects. So the question, for example, why do people do projects? What is their motivation behind? It's also very important from a social theory to look at organizations like a social system, which is built on communication. So purely communication are establishing organizations, etc. So, and if we look at projects as a social process, then stakeholder management is important, communication is important, leadership plays a decisive role. So it's very important to also have this perspective in mind when we implement projects. Projects also may have a political dimension. So that's on the right. And that is especially if we have to implement projects in the public sphere. We have not only the politicians, politics may also be micropolitics in projects where people play games with each other, power games, for example. They try to influence or set their own interests in place in that project. So this is what we typically see in these kind of projects. And when we are engineers, like myself, I studied engineering, we hate typically politics, but that is my greatest learning also in the course of my life, that we cannot avoid politics. We just need to deal with it and learn how to deal with it and set it in place. And another key learning in my life was that projects are change. So whatever we do in the project, it is changing something. So we are transitioning from one state to the other. And even if we do, let's say, a construction project, there's change embedded. What does change mean? People don't like to change. They don't like to be changed. And it's more difficult even to perform change in the project. So that is why project managers need to learn how to deal with change and how to set change in place. And so this is why project management was enriched with new dimensions, just to mention those 3. And there's a big development now also going on now. And that plays a very decisive role, especially if we do projects in the society, on the macro level of society, but also in the public administration, because these are key dimensions. So it's not so important to have just, let's say, good knowledge of project management methodology and processes, but it's important to also have a look into these dimensions. Now, there's also a development which is worth also looking at, because project management in the Scandinavian countries they looked also beyond methodologies and processes and phrased a project like a temporary organization. It means that we are doing temporary organizations when we do projects. So we have a start and we have an end. So this is the time dimension. We have a certain task to fulfill in this time. And what we do, we organize our team, all the people that are involved or engaged or influenced in that project. And this is why stakeholder management is very important in this context. So organizational things like roles and responsibility play a decisive role in this context. Also, the collaboration between teams, stakeholders plays a decisive role. And what we typically do through this temporary organization is to transition from one state to another. So again, you see this change perspective or dimension in this. And this is why the Scandinavian turn in project management was a very important turn away from this just rational view of methodology, processes and tools in project management to a rather human, social and change perspective in doing projects. And that's just, let's say, the basis, the foundation for what I will talk now about, which is the projectification of society, which is very imminent in my country, in Germany. So this is why I just want to give you a bit of context about my country and why that's so important to us in our development as a country. And you may have a look through your country and your development, and maybe there are similarities. And I guess there are similarities, something that you can take away from that and learn and apply in your life. Or maybe you also study that and do a comparison. How would that work in the Philippines? Just short glance, Germany is a massive land in the middle of Europe. So we are part of Europe. We are basically at the heart of Europe. We have a population of 84 million right now. And we live in very densely and highly populated areas, which you may see in this map. So we have 9 neighboring countries. And as I know, you are having thousands of islands. So we have only a few islands in our country, but so we are more a massive land country, which is neighboring with 9 other countries. So we are at the heart of Europe. We are the largest economy in the European Union and the 4th largest in the world, which is also important to mention because our economy is very competitive. It's an export country, and we are well known for our innovative production technology. So we are more focusing on developing products and manufacturing products, which may be cars, machinery, or many other goods. What is also very important to mention that we have 99% of our economy built up in small and medium-sized companies, which is unique in the world, which means that often they are family-owned. They do projects on their own, but they also need to collaborate with others in order to make a complex product happen. So I think that's very important to understand when we talk about our company. Sorry. What is also important to understand that we have well-developed education system, which starts not only in school, but also on the vocational training level. We have a dual education system, which means that you can do your practical education in your job, parallel to your job, and in parallel go study. So you're combining things. So this is why our education system is very much practical, oriented towards a vocational orientation And that's very important to understand because it makes also our Mittelstand very innovative and flexible and agile, which is important nowadays in a very complex environment. And I'm mentioning that because that's very important to understand why we are so much project-oriented or projectified, which I will explain a bit later. And we are one of the founding members of the European Union, which plays now a very decisive role with 27 countries being part of that. And a few more countries are now applying to get into the European Union, which is a very powerful, let's say, a global economy, which helps us to self-sustain in this complex world that we have. Now, we have many societal challenges. I think I just grabbed a few of those, which starts on the top left that we also suffering, and we are pretty much suffering from the climate crisis that we also see. We have had last year very severe floodings with many people dying because it was a spring flood, and as you can see in the picture on the top left, it was very devastating. So this is why we also have projects in place to rebuild, reconstruct, and also do something with our rivers to prevent further floodings to happen, or at least further floodings to have these severe effects on our countryside, which is very highly density of population. So this is also one of our problems. Then in the middle, you see the drought. So recently, that has an impact on agriculture, on logistics, because we transport a lot of goods on our rivers. And so that's not possible if you have this drought. And pandemic, you see on the right, it's now declining. So I think the peak is over. We are now in better shape, but also the pandemic had a big impact on our society and caused a lot of projects also to happen in that context. On the lower left, you see migration. We had basically 2 waves of migration. More than 1.5 million refugees in the years 2015 and 16 from the Middle East coming into Germany. Most of them are still in our country, which was a bit tricky because different religion, typically male, young people from Syria coming in. So the integration of those people from a cultural perspective, but also to get them jobs and integrate them in the society was very difficult. And now we have from Ukraine more than 1 million, typically female inhabitants coming in and schooling them with a different language, different religion, and so on was also and still is a big challenge. And in the middle also, we have difficulties in our society with poverty, to support also the effects of poverty in our society and deal with it. I think that's not that severe like it is in your country, but also we have that effect and need to do projects and deal with those challenges in a proper way. What is also imminent in Germany is that we have a constant transition. So it started basically with the German reunification in the year 1889, when the Berlin Wall fell down, and then the German reunification a year after, and that sparked thousands of projects to rebuild the infrastructure, to connect East and West, to level also the societal standards of living. And that is also very important that the public administration was challenged to support these kind of projects, to fund many projects, and to make the change happen through the public administration on all these 4 levels. And basically, we have 4 levels of administration in Germany. It's the federal level. And then we have states, 17 states, where we have state government. We have a district level, that's level 3, and the municipality. So you may understand that this is a federal structure which is very complicated, and that also complicates setting projects and realizing projects in that context. Our industry is in a very much change of Industry 4.0, which is, let's say, improving the way of product development and manufacturing. So nowadays we have a lot of automation, we have digitalization, digital twins, and many other things. I think that's important and sparks thousands of projects in industry specifically, but also in education. That means people need to have new skills and new abilities in order to cope with that. Same thing happens in automotive industry, which is the biggest player in my country, switching to e-mobility solutions, to autonomous driving, connectivity, and whatever. So that sparks also thousands of projects and programs. And that's under a government regime that wants this transition, also supported by funds and so on. So all this means a lot of projects, a lot of programs, and requires the competence of people in setting those kinds of projects and programs in place. And what I also want to mention, what you see on the lower right is Energiewende. So we're going out of coal, we're going out of nuclear. So we're turning very much into renewable energy, which also sparks a lot of projects and programs, and it's just one example of an area where we need to become better. Just a few numbers here, so that we are in the first half of 2022, so first half of last year, we were already nearly 50% in renewables. That's basically wind, very much. Also biomass, hydro, small here, but solar. And the new government has very ambitious goals in order to improve that renewable part and reduce coal, nuclear, and gas. So we still have 3 nuclear power plants, but they will be switched off, I think, in the course of this year. And then we need to replace that by other forms of energy. And so there are huge projects underway in order to manage that. It's not only the energy provision, but it's also the energy grids needs to be, let's say, replaced or renewed. So this is why there are thousands of projects with billions of euros underway in order to manage that process. And just one example of a mega project that I was involved in that's still running. It's a 7 billion euro project, because we have most of the wind power created in the north, because there are offshore wind farms in the North Sea. But most of the industries in the south, where most of the nuclear power plants were switched off now. So we need to bring the whole energy from the north into the south. And this is why they build huge cable lines with HVDC cables from the north to the south in order to bring the offshore wind energy down to the south, where the industry, especially the automotive industry, is. And it's not just one, there are several of these kind of corridor projects underway. And it's just one example of these kind of projects that we right now do in the context of this Energiewende and the transition we are in as a country. Now, what does that mean? Projectification. We did surveys here in Germany that the number and the importance of projects is significantly growing here in our country. So in this survey, it was done in 2013, so 10 years already. We are renewing that survey right now. But as you can see, it was growing by 3 to 4% over these years. And nowadays we have more than 40%, so 40% of our GDP is being created through projects. That is measured by the time people spend in projects, and that was also analyzed in certain industrial sectors. But you see, so a massive portion of our economy, a massive part of the value creation in our economy is done through projects. And that's very important to know because it triggers a lot of, let's say, requirements and activities. And one of which is that the German Project Management Association certifies nearly 9,000 people every year in project management because they are working in the economy. And there's another number, it was published by IPMA, that in Germany more than 1 million project managers are working. Some of them part-time, some of them full-time, but it's very important to see that our economy is built on projects. And this is why project management and the ability of doing projects is a very decisive competence, key competence for the economy. Now, if you look deeper into the industries and sectors, and here are again the numbers of this study, then you will see that in the manufacturing industry, which is pretty important here, the numbers are pretty high already, that in construction the numbers are very high. But if you go for the public administration, we see that they are still lagging behind of this projectification process. So that means they are not doing too many projects, but they are doing an increasing number of projects. So there is a development in the public administration, in the public sector, but it's not that prominent as it is in the production industry, in construction, or in others. But what you would also find that in the lower part, agriculture is a very small part of our industry, of our economy, which may be very different in your country, which is also different in other countries here in Europe, which I will show you on the next slide. So it means every country also is different in the setup of economy and the way projectification is represented. So here we had a comparison between Germany, Norway, and Iceland. And if you look into the manufacturing, sure, manufacturing plays a very different role in all these three countries. So Iceland has a very limited share of the GDP what concerns manufacturing. Their share is much higher, therefore, in the public sector. So the projectification in Iceland in the public sector is far ahead of the German and the Norwegian public sector. So I think that's interesting to see that there are big differences in these kind of country representations of projects. So which is why we in IPMA also do cross-country comparisons of projectification. But that's another topic. So what you can see, that projectification is spreading. In our country, it is spreading from the economy also to the society at large. And this why I have here two book recommendation, which is important to see that nowadays we're also speaking of project society, an effect that is having the society also by copying project management from the economy, copying or mimicking behaviors that we see in the economy, and also bring that into public administration and also other sectors like the civic sector of our society and coping with that. So what does projectification of society actually means? It means that we see a diffusion of project and project management in all sectors of our society, that we see on the macro level the embeddedness of project practices in all social structures, from the government through public administration into also social projects all over in the society. And that the project society, as we see it, may embrace flexibility, adaptability, creativity, and mobility. and basically connecting people. And that's very important to see, so that we actually every day, every time, everywhere, in every circumstances do projects. We may not call them projects, but I think it's something that is very prevalent in our society. And this is why talking about projects, building up the ability of doing projects is a very important thing for our society to develop and to cope with the many challenges which I just showed you in the case of Germany. Now, I did 2 years ago also a survey in Germany, again looking into the projectification, but not only on the economic side, but also on the other sectors of society. And what I found here is also, again, the projectification is increasing. So everyone in all sectors and is looking for doing projects. But as I already mentioned a few slides before, that the economy is far ahead of the public administration and also other sectors like leisure, sports, arts and culture. So that there's a need for the public administration here in my country to catch up, because to do these kind of huge infrastructure projects and this transition of the Energiewende, I think it's important to be able to cope with these kind of projects. And right now, if we look into these kind of large infrastructure projects, we see a lot of failed projects in the public domain. You may have heard about the Berlin Airport project, which finished after many years of delay and at a very high cost. It was a public project, so by the city of Berlin and the state of Brandenburg, and it failed terribly because the public administration and the politics were not able to manage a project in that dimension. And we see the same thing in Hamburg. There was a Philharmonic building. We see that in Stuttgart 21, an underground railway station, which are years behind, which are billions exceeding the costs, etc. We see that also in public projects like in military purchasement projects and others. So we see the inability at the moment of the public administration to work on projects, not using and leveraging the competences that we have in our industry. So this is one field we need to work here in my country. And we also analyzed the potential reasons. So why is that a problem? And we found out what you can see here on the left is that public administration typically is long-term oriented. They are rather looking for security and not for temporality and also uncertainty. We have public servants that have a lifetime employment with the government. So they are rather looking for safeguarding than working as entrepreneurs. And they are also more in compliance or conformities with their regulations. And there are many in the public administration, policies, etc., etc. Some are from the European Union, some are from our national federal level, then we have state level. Again, it's a very complex system, and that prevents adaptability to happen through projects. So this is why a lot of regulations often hamper or reduce the speed and adaptability in projects, which is a big problem, and also prevents change to happen. This is why public administration leans towards stability and not towards change. The change for them in their perception is often seen as a threat. And that means that sometimes industry is far ahead, has a competitive advantage, which also plays a role then for the cost explosion in projects, because if public administration is not able to manage a project in the right way, it may be extra cost from industry exposed in that project. Projects are increasingly seen as rivaling administrative tasks. So they are seen as disturbance or an add-on that public servants need to do, and they don't like to do it. So the image of projects in public administration, at least here in my country, is rather negative. And the politicians, which are typically the sponsors of those projects, they see projects as something they can show off, and they put a lot of pressure on the public administration to get the projects done. And that's so public administration often feels being in a sandwich position in order to fulfill those projects. So these are important factors that we need to take into account in order to develop the project management capabilities in the public sector. And this is what we are doing right now. And maybe that's something also you have a look at and can also work on something. And looking into also my survey, we checked whether the public authorities are instrumental in helping the projectification to move on, to do more projects, to be more competent in doing projects. And with what we found out, neither professional associations, like the German Project Management Associations, nor the public administration is a driver of that. Mainly the driver are exemplary companies and entrepreneurs that help to move these kind of things forward. So that's very interesting to see. So that projectification is embraced and pushed through exemplary companies. And I just picked one example, and that is a guy that you may know. I'm pretty sure you know Elon Musk, which you see on this picture here on the left, which came in 2020 to Germany in the, let's say, paradise for automotive manufacturing, and announced that within 18 months, he will start a Tesla production and build the 4th gigafactory in Berlin or near Berlin, by the way, also very near to the Berlin airport. Nobody believed that he will be able to do that, that he will start production. He did not start producing cars within 18 months, but in March 2022, so within 24 months, and that was very exceptional. And within 2 years to start production of cars, he was able to do that, to fulfill that. So an entrepreneur that in a regime of regulative and normative pressures was able to really push that forward. So that's a very good example of projectification through a visionary, innovator, and genius entrepreneur here in the case of Germany. And that was observed very much because it means we can do projects here in Germany in the public sphere also. And that Elon Musk behavior was also copied, which you may see on the right side, because now we have had the problem of gas supplies, because we were cut off from Russia's gas supplies. And we still need gas for our energy transition. And so we had to build LNG terminals. And typically building LNG terminals, liquefied natural gas terminals, takes a few years. And our Minister of Economy said, we will do that within 6 months. Because we also are able to do it like Elon Musk in a very short time. And actually, they were successful in building now 3 out of 4 LNG terminals within 6 months' time. And that helped us to deal with the war in Russia and Ukraine, to deal with that situation of shortages in gas. And how did they do that? So I think also our Minister of Economy has a bit the image of an entrepreneur, of a very practical guy setting things into scene, like Elon Musk. He's also pushing the narrative of innovation, of passion, and fast project completion. So our chancellor, by opening these LNG terminals, said that's the new German speed. Okay, so a fast speed of delivering projects. I'm curious whether we will be able to do that as well. But also Volkswagen, the biggest automotive manufacturer now, has also the challenge, because building up a new gigafactory, for them typically at least it takes 3 years. Now Elon Musk did it in 2 years. So also on them is a big pressure to build a gigafactory in much shorter time. There's also a high risk included in this kind of doing projects. And that means we need to also take the risk because Elon Musk just got in the final moment the approval for that factory. If that approval would not have been given to him in the year 2022, he could have scrapped the whole infrastructure again. And so this was a high risk that he was just taking in order to make it happen. And now I talked about the uncertainty levels and the risk appetite of the public administration, and see this is a huge contradiction. On public administration, they typically just take a low risk in projects, and now these entrepreneurs are taking a high risk. So we need to be more open to risks, have a bigger risk appetite in order to deal with that. Elon Musk was also personally engaged. He was on site. He was building interest among the public, also that there's a job growth and is good in areas, especially where there's high unemployment rate and so on. So he was doing a great job. This is why now in these LNG projects, terminal projects, they also built interest among the public, talked about the positive side effects and not just only about the risks and the negative effects. Shortening of planning process, project marketing, influencing top political circle, just a few things that are also embedded in these kind of projects. And so it's very important to understand that we can do projects in a fast way by copying, by mimicking the behavior of these entrepreneurs, also by building on these entrepreneurs. And another example was, for example, the Pfizer vaccine, which was not developed by Pfizer, but a small startup here in Germany, which did that development in a few months and saved, I think, the world's population from the pandemic. So I think that's very important to see what young, passionate entrepreneur can achieve. And public administration need to take that as a role model, as an example to do so. So that's my last slide, some conclusions. I started saying that projects are nothing new, so that we have and see the trend of projects as something that is quite a routine. Also for the public administration. The projects to realize, get something done in a short time period with the people, with collaboration. So this is why co-creation, collaboration, working people, I think that's the key or at the heart of projects, what you see on the top right. That's not only the project team, but it is all the stakeholders, all the partners that work in a project, that work together in a co-creative and agile way of working. Because only in that sense it is possible to realize projects in also a fast or high-speed manner. On the lower left, you see a book which I find very interesting, because also now in sociology, there are many publications about projects and project society. because those authors, they write about projects as being at the heart of our society. Everything what we do, we self-actualize through projects. We collaborate through projects. Project managers are mediating the activities of people in a network to get things done. So I think that's very important to see that project is project organizing more than project managing. So it's organizing, it is people collaboration to get things done. And this is why we need a positive image of projects. We need a positive, project-friendly culture. We need a mindset of people working in public administration and in our society to get those things done. In my country, we are far away from that, what I describe here a bit also as a future vision. But I hope that you got something out of this presentation and can also help your society, your country to move forward in getting projects done for the benefit of your society. So in that sense, thank you for your interest, happy projects, and have a good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our third plenary speaker. Unfortunately, Dr. Wagner wasn't able to join us this morning, but you can message your questions and inquiries to the details that he presented earlier so he can answer them. But still, we will be awarding the certificate virtually to our third plenary speaker, Dr. Wagner. Okay, so once again, I'll be reading the certificate, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System, in participation with the International Project Management Association of the Philippines and the International Project Management Association of Young Crew Philippines. This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Reinhard Wagner in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023. Given this fourth day of February 2023 via Zoom conferencing, signed by the chairman of IPMA Philippines, Professor Mariano Roque S. Senga Jr., and the president of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Manuel M. Moody. All right, so thank you so much. All right, so time really flies, and we're now down to the last plenary speaker for this morning's conference. Okay, so last but not the least, let me introduce our last plenary speaker for this morning. So he is the lead editor of IPMA's forthcoming book of case studies, illustrating best practice in project, program, and portfolio management. His career alternates between industry, consulting, and academia. He was a senior associate professor in project management at Xi'an Shaotong Liverpool University and has a decade of management and consulting expertise, culminating in CIA role within Fujitsu Australia. Dr. Young is a world authority in the area of project governance. His research has been published by Standards Australia, widely to guide boards and top managers on how to influence business projects and to succeed. His research informed the development of Australian and international governance standards. It is potentially the first major breakthrough on IT project failure in over 50 years, and some indicators suggest that his concepts should increase GDP by 1.6% to 3.1%. Dr. Young is a fellow of Australian Institute of Project Management and a fellow of the Governance Institute of Australia. He is a founding member of the committee that developed the Australian and International Governance Standards, ASH 016 and ISO 36500. Without further ado, please help me welcome the founder and CEO, CQ Project Management Consulting, to talk about the best practice in project portfolio management. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual clap to Dr. Raymond Young. Hello, good morning, Dr. Young. Dr. Young is still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Dr. Young. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me share my screen. Okay, the slide is not a mistake. I know it says Nanjing and I know it says April, but what this presentation is an advance presentation of something that we will unveil in Nanjing in April this year. We're producing a book. The IPMA is producing a book, and it's based on winners of the IPMA Project Excellence Award. So the book is called Best Practice in Project, Program, and Portfolio Management. Now, before I go any further, can I just check? Can you hear me properly?
Yes, loud and clear, Dr. Young.
Good, 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 good. Okay, so let me get started. The background to this book is that there are a huge number of project managers. PMI estimate there are 16.5 million project managers. They also estimate that by 2027, employers will need 87.7 million project managers, people to work in the project management field. But if they are like me, they are accidental project managers. They didn't study to become a project manager. They studied science or business or engineering, but they didn't actually study project management before they became a project manager. So this is normal. It's you get rewarded for doing your job well, and they say, you do the project. And I remember the first time this happened to me, and I just said, I've never done anything like this before. And I was told, no, you're good. You can do this. And after the first project that I did, I just thought, whoa, that was really hard. There must be an easier way to do this. So there's actually a need to guide managers on how to do projects and how to do it well. Now, if we look at the current guidance, what kind of guides are there at the moment? There are many guidelines issued by OGC, PMI, and IPMA. So let's just show you some symbols that you might be familiar with. If you're in the UK or Australia, Prince 2 is really dominant. Lots and lots of people have Prince 2 certification. In China, which is where I am at the moment, and in the US, and I suspect the Philippines too, though I'm not sure, PMI and PMBOK is very, very strong. And people often think of PMP like this: get PMP certification. So this is probably the mental landscape of most people. And also there's another guideline, another standard issued by the IPMA, which I think is pretty good, but I've shown it as a small rectangle on the bottom right because it really isn't that dominant in most people's minds. But the success rate of projects has not improved significantly over the past 60 years. I'm not saying all projects are failures, but what I am saying is that the success rate really has not improved much. And when I say that, I'm talking about when you finish the project, did you deliver something? And the answer is probably yes. And then you ask the question, did anything change that was important? Did profits go up? Did costs go down? Are the customers happier? If you're an education department, is literacy improved? If you're a traffic department, is congestion improved? And the answer is at least half of projects do no good at all. At least half. I think about 2/3 of projects are actually a waste of money. 1/3 of projects is really good, but 2/3 we should never have started. And that is not acceptable because so much of society now, so many of the problems in society need to be solved through projects because business as usual won't solve the problem. It'll just keep the problem the same. So we need projects to improve the societal problems that we face. Let me just at this point a little hard because it's very hard for us to accept that our projects are not so successful. I remember as a consultant, I always thought my projects was very successful. And it was only after I stopped working as a consultant that I started to think about it. And I realized that technically my project succeeded, but did the business improve because of the project? And my honest answer had to be, probably not. Technically, we did something new, but the business actually did not improve as a result of the project. And only after I stopped consulting was I open to consider this. Because you think about it, if you lose your confidence, you can't sell. You can't sell, your career is finished. So as a consultant, I never admitted that projects failed. And I wonder if in the audience you feel the same. All of my projects are successes. This one, this one, this one. And I'll challenge you, really? Did profits go up? Did revenue go up? Did costs go down? Is traffic better? Did the company make a profit on the apartments you just built? And the answer is maybe not. Here are some statistics. And it's an old study, but the reason I use it is because Daniel Kahneman is a Nobel laureate. And it's not just me saying that projects fail, it's a Nobel laureate saying projects fail. In my research, 2/3 of IT projects deliver no benefits whatsoever. Kahneman said 3/4 of mergers and acquisitions never pay off. They actually lose money. Most large capital projects fail to live up to expectations. And the majority of efforts to enter into new markets are abandoned in a few years. 70% of new manufacturing plants are closed in their first decade. The success rate has not improved significantly. There are some successes, of course, but maybe as many as half to 2/3 of projects are failures. Depends how you measure success and failure, of course, but between half to 2/3 could be considered failures. What does this mean? I think it means the guidance that exists at the moment are inadequate. We follow those guidelines, but we don't get a consistent success rate. So What did the IPMA do about this? This is a picture of Professor Ding from Shandong University. He's the Vice President of Research at the IPMA. And he said to me, you know, we have a treasure. We have a treasure. The treasure are all the IPMA award winners. They come from all sorts of categories: mega projects, construction projects, change management projects, RD, regional development projects. We have all types of projects. And every year, many companies compete to see who can win a gold award, who can be recognized for a silver award or a bronze award. And Professor Ding said to me, we need to show people how to succeed. We need to learn and spread good practices. And he asked me, would you like to write a book of case studies of how to do it well? And I looked at it and I said, I'm actually quite impressed with these award winners, because the IPMA framework, it looks at three things before deciding to award the gold award. It looks at whether the people, the leadership of the project was strong. It looks at the processes of the project, and it looked at the results. And the results were quite impressive, because it doesn't just talk about things like on time, on budget. It talks about, were the customers satisfied? Was the project team satisfied? Were the other stakeholders satisfied? Did you realize the benefits? Did the society improve as a result? So they had a very big definition of success. And I said, that's exactly what we should do, because on time, on budget is not the be all and end all. Who cares if you come in on time, on budget, if the company goes bust afterwards? I'm thinking in Sydney, there's this tunnel called this Cross City Tunnel. They built the tunnel. It was built fast. It was built well. It was built on budget, but nobody uses it. People dislike that tunnel so much that they deliberately go the wrong way to avoid using the tunnel. And the company went bankrupt. So if you use traditional measures of success, engineering-wise, it was perfect. But the company went broke, and nobody in society benefited from that project. So we need to look at projects in a very holistic way. And I said, well, let's look at these gold-winning award winners. And the yellow bars here, I'm not expecting you to read this. The gold bars here represent the best projects that I could see over the last few years. So, for example, Sterlite Power, they built an electric transmission line through the Himalayas, and they provided electricity to a part of the country that had no power, or power for only a few hours a day. And they built it in the worst possible terrain possible. And they built it next to a war zone. And they built it using helicopters for the first time ever in India. The Beijing airport, it's a world-class airport. Inner Mongolia Cultural Center. So it's a little bit like the Sydney Opera House for Mongolia. So it's a symbol of Mongolia. I just want to talk about one which you may not have heard of. Sberbank in Russia, they had to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. As soon as the first case of COVID hit Russia, the bank responded. They said, we got to do something. And they started testing people to make sure that nobody with the virus walked into the bank. No staff member, nobody from the public. And they did it manually in the beginning. And then they realized quite quickly, this is not going to work. It's out of control. And they said, we need to automate the system. and they automated the system, and they did it. A lot of the work, it was a 12-month project, but in a lot of the work, they managed to do it in only 4 days. 5 hours of sleep over 4 days. And they worked and they worked and they worked, and they created an environment where people could be tested for free. They could walk into the bank after they were certified to be free of the virus. And they showed the whole country how to do it. So Sberbank set the example. Instead of waiting for the government to respond, Sberbank set the example and showed the whole country how to do it. So we chose the best projects in each category. So the reason I'm emphasizing this is because as practitioners, we learn best from cases. We learn best from seeing how other people did it. So we've managed so far to identify some of the best cases in project management from the IPMA award winners. So the next step, what are we trying to do? What we're trying to do is to become an essential reference for project, program, and portfolio managers, their sponsors, and the business owners. And what we're trying to do is present case studies to show stories to guide managers on how other people have succeeded. If they use the guidelines, did they follow PMBOK? Did they follow Prince 2? What did they do? How did they use these guidelines? What was the key to success? Are there any unwritten success factors that are missing, such as top management support, governance? What exactly did they do? What's the steering committee? How did they actually work to make it succeed? So the book of case studies is actually written for both the beginning project manager and also the manager looking to achieve best practice results. We think this is going to be a bestseller because what currently exists is not enough. We know that because the success rate is not improving. So we want to find out what is the actual key, the real key to succeed in these exceptional projects. So the editorial team is on the screen at the moment, and it's quite an interesting profile. So, for example, Professor Ding, Associate Professor Raymond Young, that's me. Professor Mladen, I always don't know how to pronounce his surname, Radjukovic. Professor Sun, Associate Professor Li Ming. Associate Professor Effie, long Greek name, sorry, Professor Neil Turner from Cranfield. So it's a very experienced team. We've got 6 or so academics, and we've got 12 or so practitioners in the editorial team, and we're looking at how did these gold medal winners achieve their goals? What did they do that led to success? So the first thing we did is we had to say, look, if we're looking at so many projects, we need a framework for analysis. And this book had to break new ground because the starting point was actually one of the professors said, look, I think we can start by listing the success factors. It is commonly understood, how do you succeed? And I wrote back to him and said, really? Do we really have a common understanding? Because I've read a lot of the literature and I don't think there is a common understanding. And then the original professor who said that backed down, he said, actually, you're right. I've read a lot of the literature, and in the engineering, construction, and infrastructure field, there is sort of a consensus. But in terms of success and failure, as in the project management field as a whole, it's really hard to know what we actually think success means. So if we don't know what success means, we don't know how to achieve success because we don't know what it is. So we had to break new ground and define what is success. And we had to synthesize a huge body of work that's likely to stand the test of time. So this is the first time anybody has seen this, and I'm presenting it here today in the Philippines, and we'll hope to present this in April in Nanjing, and hopefully it will be received well. So we proposed 3 new categories, and I'll explain how we came to these categories. When we succeed, we have short-term project plan success or project management success. We deliver the outputs, we come in on time, we come in on budget, we come in on spec, we keep the project team happy. The outputs were a success. So that's in the short term. In the medium term, the business outcomes were what we wanted. The business plan was there, the benefits were realized, the business improved. So in the medium term, business was successful. And in the long term, society's impact, the impact of the project on society in the long term was successful. So we believe anytime you talk about success, you need to talk about all 3. Not all projects will hit all 3. The IPMA PE award winners tended to be successful in all 3 categories. Now, let me explain to you how we came up with these categories because it's quite insightful. So we needed a framework for success. And I started with a paper in 1999. So this is common knowledge, but it's not that common. This bar at the bottom, initiation, planning, development, implementation, benefit, and close down. This came straight out of a project management textbook. And when I looked at it, and actually initiation was a small bar, it was 1/2 of the size of this. I looked at this and I said, that's not right. It gives you the impression that each of these stages takes the same length of time. And in reality, initiation of a project takes a long time. There's a lot of walking in corridors and talking and meeting and thinking. Should we do this project or not? And so initiation actually takes a long time. Planning, development, and implementation is relatively short because once the project is finished, you want to realize benefits for a very long time. So the project itself is relatively short. And project management success is when you come in on time, on budget, to spec at the end of stage 4. And that's project management success. And then there's project success where you realize the business benefits. So when we were talking about success and failure and how do we analyze the cases, we said, let's use some standard words. And I suggested, well, let's use Baccarini's 1999 definition, project management success versus project success. And Professor I mispronounced his name. I'll call him Mladen because that's his first name. And he said, look, I've also done a lot of research on project management success factors. I've read all the engineering literature. I've come up with this framework of all the different ways in which you can succeed. So there's the traditional way, time, cost, quality, scope, resources. And there's the project participants. Was it a success by the designer? What about the contractor's perspective? What about the consultant's perspective? What about the supplier's perspective? Okay, so that's the second way. And I'll call that stakeholders. And then they had the project owner success. And as soon as I saw this, I thought, oh, wait a minute, something's wrong. They talk about contribution to the strategy, benefits versus the business case, contract design. And I said, that's in the wrong place. And I kept reading, and we talk about deliverable success and functionality, specifications. And then he talked about external factors like political success, social success, environmental success, institutional success, and regulatory success. And finally, he put project management success on the far right. And again, I said, wait a minute, that's in the wrong place, because he talks about project management success, contract success, communication, networking. And I just said, look, those two things need to be switched around. There's a blind spot in your thinking. Your research, there's nothing wrong with your research. Those categories are all realistic. But and once he had done this research and framed it, he presented it to practitioners and asked the practitioners, do you agree with this? And the practitioners all agreed that these are the different ways to succeed. But in talking to practitioners, particularly construction engineering and infrastructure practitioners, they live or die by on time, on budget. If it doesn't come in on time, on budget, they don't make a profit. If they don't make a profit, they go out of business. So for them, project management success is the most important type of success. And for them, they believe that project management success leads to project success. But that's not true. It's just not true. So I can think of quite a few examples now. So for example, the Sydney Opera House. The Sydney Opera House was not a project management success. The Sydney Opera House was way over time, I think 14 times over time, and way over budget, I think 7 times over budget, or it could be the other way around. So it was not a project management success, but almost everyone thinks of the Sydney Opera House as a project success. So the relationship between project management success and project success is not that clear cut. Engineers tend to think one leads to the other, and they quote different articles to say this is true. I'm mainly from the IT background, and I know IT projects, just because you come in on time, on budget, doesn't mean people will use it, doesn't mean people will deliver business benefits. You develop the software, but did crime go down? You develop the software, did profits increase? So you see the connection between the two is actually very weak. So I reframed it. I put under here project management success is being on the left-hand side for project management. And I put on the right-hand side project owner success as being part of project success. So I presented it this way. There's 2 types of success: project management success and project success. And all the subcategories underneath, I kept Mladen's headings. And this was presented to the working group. And Professor Turner from Cranfield said, look, I'm not sure you should be using the words project management success and project success. They are old terms that have been around forever. We should be more progressive. And he pointed me to a 2022 paper and said, look, we should be talking about project plan success, where we focus on the outputs and it's in the short term. And we should be talking about business success, where we focus on the outcomes in the medium term. And we should be talking about societal success. You know, a lot of the projects we need to do at the moment that are crucial for the world are climate change projects. So we need to focus on, did it actually reduce climate change? There's no point coming in on time, on budget and making a profit for the company if we actually didn't reduce climate change. So this is the new framework for success. Was it a success in the short term in terms of the project plan? All these subcategories. The subcategories, there are too many of them. So I'm going to work only at the heading of the major categories. But if somebody asks me, what do you mean by societal success? What do you mean by long-term impact? I mean, was it a success in terms of political impact, social impact, in terms of the environment, in terms of the institutions, in terms of regulations? Was it a success from this higher level? Did it reduce climate change? Are people's lives better? Business success. Was the business better off? Did you deliver the benefits that were expected? Did it contribute to strategy? So I want people to start thinking about their success, because most people think about what they did and they say, well, it came in on time. Communication was good. Where's it gone? The stakeholders were all happy. So they often think in terms of the yellow. You can see when we talk about our writing, this yellow area is much bigger than the green area. And most people think about success in terms of short-term outputs. They do not think about success in terms of the outcomes or the impact. So this is actually a breakthrough in the way of thinking about success. And we want to analyze the case studies to find out, what did they do to have short-term success? What did they do to have medium-term business success? What did they do to have long-term societal impact? So that's the framework. And once we had this initial framework, we had to work out, how did they achieve that? What are the project success factors? And this next bit, I don't expect you to read it, but we looked at it and said, wow, there's a huge amount of literature telling everybody, what do we have to do to succeed? And in this first slide that I'm showing you here, there were actually 45 project success factors. And you think about it, if you're doing a project and you've got to focus on 45 different things, that's impossible. It's unworkable. The advice we're giving people at the moment through the literature and through the guidelines is not practical. It's just not workable. So we tried a different way. So this is version 2. And I know it's a little hard to read, but what I'm doing here is I'm showing you. So here's Mladen's original paper, and he talked about all the different factors that we need to pay attention to have project management success. And he came up with a framework that he could use to analyze, was it a project management success? And again, this is a blind spot. Most project managers understand there's a difference between project management success and project success. They understand there's a difference. And they say then next, okay, let's focus on project management success. And I'm saying, why? It's not as important as project success. And they say, yeah, but that's out of our control. So we'll focus on what we can control. And underneath, I've summarized it under 1.1 and 1.2, all the technical and behavioral and contextual things that project managers have to do to succeed. So there were some factors. And then I looked at it and I said, yeah, it's only a framework. There's no real proof that these things lead to project success. It's just a framework. And then we turn to the APM in the UK. And the APM have done some really good work. And they've come up with this thing, I forget what it's called exactly, a framework for success or how to succeed. And they've got this framework of all the things that they think are important. So 1, project planning. 2, goals and objectives. 3, governance. 4, competent project teams. 5, commitment to success. 6, governance. So they've got their framework. and they took their framework to a large number of practitioners and said, do you agree with this? And they had literature to try to confirm the framework. They didn't go the other way around. They didn't say, what does it take to succeed? And they started off with a framework and said, is there any literature to back up our framework? And again, they only looked at project management success. So I said, well, that's no good. Project management success is a nice to have. We always want to come in on time. We always want to come in on budget if we can, but it's more important to help the business, to reduce crime, to improve literacy, to improve profits. It's more important to have project success. And using our new framework, it's also important to have impact on society, positive impact on society. And then I looked at it and I said, look, there's only 3 papers that I could find that was empirical, based on surveys, based on research that actually says, do these factors improve success or not? There were only 3 papers that I could find, and they're written by me, so I feel quite exposed here. The first one found that high-level planning and top management support were the only things that were important for project success. The second paper found 6 things that were important for project success. And the last one, and I'll show you these very, very quickly. But before I do, I want to ask a question about time. For me, it's now 11:15. Do I have time to talk a little bit more, or should I try to close this presentation down? This is basically my last slide. Do we have another 10 minutes for me to keep talking, or so I can show you some more detail?
Go ahead, Dr. Ryan.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, complete the presentation.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So let me just show you the research very quickly. It's cited in these papers. You can read them if you're wanting to. But the first paper was asking about, what does it take to really succeed? And what we did is we analyzed what factors were necessary and what factors were sufficient for success. And we summarized all the literature to 5 big meta factors. Get good staff, have a good methodology, get the users involved. And we found out that they were hygiene factors. They were necessary, but they were not very necessary, and they definitely were not sufficient for success. What we found instead was that top management support was almost 100% necessary and almost sufficient for success. Having a good high-level plan, having a good strategy, knowing what you're trying to achieve is necessary and almost sufficient for success. So top management support is very important for projects to succeed. And I'd like you to think about that, because if you look at any project management textbook, it's really quite thick. And it talks about risk and quality and Gantt charts and PERT charts, earned value. There's a whole lot of stuff about technical ways and techniques. But if you ask where in the textbook is there guidance on what do we do to engage the top manager, maybe there's half a page. Maybe there's 1 page. It's really not there. So the most important thing to succeed is top management support. But our books don't cover this at all. So there's a second paper, and it summarizes the 6 questions you need to ask at a top management level. And we look for relationships. So we had a huge database of projects, 110,000 data points. And we tried to match these questions against these data points to find out, did these questions correlate with success or not? And when we mean success in this case, we mean, did the customers, did revenue go up? Did costs go down? And was customer service, were customers more satisfied? So those were the 3 criteria for success in this particular paper. And you can see one asterisk means there's a statistical relationship. Two asterisks mean there's a strong statistical relationship. And three asterisks means there's a very strong statistical relationship. So you can see all questions in the initial stage, in the early, middle, and late stages of a project, and in the late stages of the project, and overall, we have strong statistical evidence that these questions are correlated with project success, with business benefits being realized. And finally, this latest paper, which was published in 2022, so only 6 months ago, we looked at it and we said, PMP and Prince 2 do not correlate with success. So don't worry about getting PMP certified if you want to be a better project manager. If you want to get a job, yeah, get PMP. But if you want to be a better project manager, it doesn't help. What helps is organizational skills and people skills. And the latest paper, which was published also in 2022, we found of all the organizational skills, only strategy and leadership lead to success. So those are our hypotheses. What are we going to do next? We've got our hypotheses here. Here are the green factors that we have some evidence leads to business success, that lead to societal impact. These are the factors we think lead to those factors, those categories of success. These are the factors we think lead to project management success or project plan success. We're going to analyze each case. We'll get each company to rewrite their case. What happened in the beginning? What happened in the middle? What happened in the end? And we'll get them to say, how did they address strategy? How did they address leadership? How did they address commitment to success? So we'll get our case history first. What did they actually do? And then we'll ask them to break their case down into what did they do in each of these categories? And then we're going to ask them, what would you do to repeat your success in another project? Okay, what would you do to repeat your success in another project? So maybe our framework here is missing something. Maybe it's missing something. So in their discussion, they'll discuss, we did this, we did this, and we would do these things a second time to focus on success. Is it really just strategy and leadership, or is there something else? And then we'll ask our practitioners to review the case, to review the analysis, and say, look, the guidance PMBOK, the guidance Prince 2, the guidance the IPMA framework tells us we should do these things. Our case shows us top management support is more important. It shows us a high-level plan is not as simple as what we think. It shows us, whatever the practitioners see in this case. And we'll get also from the academics. The literature says this, but the case is revealing something else. And then we will finish with cross-case analysis. We'll look at what the advice says, and we'll look at what the different cases say. How do we, and we'll write this for the beginning project manager. The foundational advice says, do this, this, and this. According to our cases, only one of those things is true, or two of these things is true. And then we'll talk about how do we have impact on society? How do we realize benefits? So that's the end of my presentation today. This is what we are planning to do. We've got one case started already. We've got about another 12 ready to go or in the process of being written. And I'm presenting this today so that you as an audience can have a chance to give me some feedback so you know what's coming in the future. And so I don't know, I guess I'm trying to tell you this so you can think about success and you can think about, I actually don't know how to be sure that this project will improve society. It's important that we solve climate change. It's important that we reduce hunger. It's important that we overcome the war. So how do I make sure that I don't just come in time on budget? Our IPMA book of case studies of best practice in project, program, and portfolio management should be a leading edge book. And I want people to be aware that this is happening. So I finished from there. I don't know if we've got time for any questions. So it must be time for lunch. You guys have been thinking and listening a lot. I don't know if there are any questions that you want to just ask me before we finish.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Young. But I guess we still have time for some questions. What we have mostly in our chat are positive comments, but they are not necessarily questions. But some of the participants are asking for copies of the presentation. I don't know if we can post that through our team. All right. So if you
I've sent through a PDF of the presentation, so you should be able to see it. You know, I animated the slides quite a lot, so you may not be able to see all the words, but I've sent through a PDFs of people who can so you can look at this if you want to.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Young. That's so generous of you. So for all of our participants, Dr. Young already sent a PDF copy of the presentation. All right, so we are now open for Q&A. Any questions or clarifications regarding the presentation of Dr. Young?
I can see one here. Has the study explored ways to quantify cultural success of the project? And I would say to that, we need to be very careful about drilling down in too much detail. So I want to keep it at the three major headings. Was it a project plan success? Was it a business success? Was it a societal success? And then in doing it like that, we will understand. So I'm asking all the editorial team, when we talk about societal success, we mean, did it improve all those subcategories, including culture? Was it good for society? So I'm keeping the definition fuzzy. I'm keeping the definition at those very three high levels. And then when we discuss each case as it is written, we will say, look, it was really good culturally, or it was really good for society, or it was really good in terms of the project team. So we will understand success in a very holistic way, because the trouble with the literature is that it's getting down into more and more fine detail, and it's missed the main point. So we're trying to re-establish the main point so that people can build on these things instead of focusing on small details.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Young. We still have a few questions. So we have a question from Michelle. So she asks, will the awareness and adaptation of these success factors will now be the key to project success?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Will the awareness and adaptation of these success factors be the key to project success?
That's what this research is trying to confirm, because there are very few studies that try to find out how do we succeed in business terms and in societal terms. Most of the literature that I can find only talks about how do we achieve project management success. There is no strong body of research which talks about business success and societal success. The only papers I've found so far are written by me. And That's not good enough, right? That's not good enough. It's just one person. So we're using this project, we're using this book as a way to have more people to look at this. Because if my research is right, only two things are necessary: leadership and strategy. I can't believe that. The research is strong, the statistics is strong, but can that really be right? So we will know by the end of this year, and actually I'm hoping by halfway through this year, once we've done many cases, we will find out for sure, did these 12 success factors really lead to business success or societal success, or was it something else? We're thinking this book will become a definitive presentation of the state of knowledge for right now. The book will be leading edge as far as we know.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Young. I think we still have time for one last question. So we have a question here asking, are project certifications like PSI and Prince 2 implementing soon the criteria for having top management involvement as a vital part of project success?
I'm reading that now. It's quite interesting because the project management bodies should be taking the lead. They've been around for a long time, and success rates should be improving. They should be. But there's a conflict of interest because the project management bodies make their money by certifying people in Prince 2, certifying people in PMP. And anytime you question, does certification lead to success, they always run away from that question. Because if they admit that their certification doesn't increase the success rates, that means they will earn less money. So they don't ask the question. Every independent study that I've ever seen, and I published the latest one in URAM in June last year, found that PMP and Prince 2 do not correlate with success. Do not. It doesn't help. The interesting thing is my research is also the first one that found that the IPMA certification does correlate with success. And the latest certification from in the UK, project management professional, is that right? No, chartered project professional, that correlates with success. So that's very, very interesting. And we want to see, is that really true? Is that really true? We think it's the other way around. We don't think that certification leads to success. We think you become really good at your job and that helps you get certification. So cause and effect is a bit mixed up there. But we know for sure Prince 2 and PMP does not correlate with success. Nobody talks about that because it's unpopular and it risks the professional bodies losing money. But from where I'm sitting, I don't care. The projects are too important to care about one or two stakeholder groups. We need to make sure that we succeed. We must do this research and find out what actually leads to success. So I don't know if this is controversial for you or not, but I think people need to talk about this and there needs to be an open discussion. PMP doesn't work. What? Really? And then we need to have that discussion.
Wow, that's quite interesting. Thank you, Dr. Yang. I think we can squeeze one more question because we have one last question here. So from Praise, I'm really interested about the societal success as someone working with built heritage. How far from the project completion is the evaluation of societal success? Rough number, around 10 years. So
that's interesting. Again, I've left this soft and fuzzy because, for example, in the IPMA projects, the one which built the electricity transmission lines across the Himalayas, that is a societal success because the people really benefited. And when they built it, they employed the people. Once they finished employing the people, their standard of living improved and the electricity improved society. It really made a difference. It really made a difference. So that wasn't 10 years. So they managed to get that kind of success within 3 or 4 years. I don't think we can put a 10-year limit on it. I think we as evaluators, the editorial team, just have to look at a project and go, well, was it a societal success? And the answer is maybe, or the answer might be not yet, or the answer will be no. I think you can make an assessment at any one point in time, and it is possible that sometimes it takes much less than 10 years, and other times it will take longer than 10 years. So I think it's unhelpful to put a number on it, but I think it's very helpful to know that we're trying to succeed, not just in project management terms, but in business terms and societal terms. So we need to put these extra 2 categories into our heads and not be over-influenced by all the literature and what everyone else talks about at the moment.
Wow, that's so interesting. We can really put a number to our projections, I guess. So thank you so much, Dr. Yang. It looks like we've covered all of the questions for now. If you have further questions or if you would like to contact Dr. Yang, I think he already provided the contact details. So thank you very much, Dr. Yang, for the last plenary presentation. But of course, we would like to ask you to stay for the awarding of the certificates. Once again, may we request the officials from the Open University and our and IPMA Philippines to join us in awarding the certificate to our speaker. So let me read the citation. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System, in partnership with International Project Management Association of the Philippines and International Project Management Association, Young Crew Philippines. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Raymond Young in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023, given this 4th day of February 2023 via Zoom conferencing, signed by the Chairman of IPMA Philippines, Professor Mariano Roque S. Senga Jr., and the President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Manuel M. Muki. Thank you so much, Dr. Yang.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be graced by your presence this morning. Thank you so much, and I hope that this will not be the last. All right, so thank you so much to all of our plenary speakers. So that wraps up our plenary session for this morning. So at this juncture, I will now pass the responsibility to, of course, one of the members of the committee for this activity. So we will now proceed to the presentation of the researches, of course, prepared by our students and other participants of this conference. So let me introduce to you our session chair, the Chief of the Safety Services and Faculty Evaluator of the Faculty Evaluation Office, Let's give a virtual clap to Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo.
So, good morning. Good morning, Sir Dad. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. So, we'll now proceed to our second day of the presentation of researches by our candidates for the Master of Science in Construction Management. So, I am Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo. I'm the Chief of the Safety Services of the General Services Office of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and also acting as Faculty Evaluator for the Faculty Evaluation Office. So for our guidelines, kindly take note that desktop or PC or personal computer or laptop netbooks are preferred to be used during this session or during the sessions. Kindly familiarize with the Zoom features ahead of time, and always mute the microphone when attending or listening to the presenters unless requested by the moderator or the session chair. Each video presentation is limited to 10 minutes only, and another 10 minutes will be allotted for the academic exchange or question and answer. The academic exchange conducted as scheduled in the program. So the academic exchange will be facilitated by yours truly as the session chair, and the audience and other presenters may ask questions through the Zoom chat box. So any suggestions will be read by the session chair during the question and answer. So to be identified as a presenter, kindly rename your Zoom profile name, all caps, based on the presentation code assigned to the presenter. During the session or the presentation, use lighting equipment like ring light in front of you to avoid shadows, and kindly position your camera so that it is just above your eye level. Using headsets with microphone is highly recommended during the presentation. And kindly wear formal or semi-formal attire when presenting. Darker color shirts, blouses appear better on camera, and try to avoid busy plaid or patterned garments. Recording of our presentation is allowed. And lastly, awarding of the certificate of recognition of for the paper presentation will be done after the presentations for each day. And the copy of the e-certificate of the recognition will be sent through your registered email 3 days after the conference. So this is the second international conference on project management with our theme, Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices. And our first presenter for today is none other than Engineer Ariel O. Garcia with his research paper, Causes and Effects of Clients' Untimely Decision in Construction Project.
Causes and effects of clients' untimely decision in construction project. Introduction. Clients' inattention to requests, concerns, etc. is one of the major reasons of unsuccessful project delivery. Issues that concerns clients in any project cannot be undermined, as they are the owners and the initiators of project proposals. It is assumed that success, failure, or abandonment of projects lay squarely in their hands. Many of the researchers' projects in the Sultanate had experienced delay in completion on time due to many reasons, and one of the common issues that is often dealt with was the untimely decision from project clients and consultants or project clients representative on the documents for review and approvals. This has been affecting the timely completion of the project, leading to claims. It also affects the aptitude of the project manager and resident engineer in charge. When conflict arises, there is a need for an immediate strategy and solution to handle the matter properly, and there is a need for the decision of the client on what solution should be implemented. Evidence from various investigations that availability of qualified professionals, quality performance, time, and cost are major challenges faced by the construction industry. Such challenges have been cited by various stakeholders, namely clients, contractors, consultants, and design engineers, etc. However, client owner-related factors are argued to be the major concerns of delay, in addition to other factors linked to the contractor, the design, the equipment, project management, etc. The results of this study will benefit the construction companies in Oman since they will have knowledge on the causes and effects of one of the issues that impact the construction project, which is untimely decision of clients. This will help them strategize ways to mitigate this problem when starting a construction project or during construction. The results of the study can benefit the construction sector in terms of providing possible solutions to the existing problems that are often talked about, specifically the client's delay in decision-making. This study will also benefit the project managers and engineers on site since this will make them understand what the causes of delays in the decisions of the client are and will be able to devise a plan on how to avoid it from beginning of the project. This will also help the construction clients since they will now understand the impact of their untimely decision on the project. This can help them better understand that they are an important part of the project and their response time influence the overall construction. The methodology. The study used the descriptive survey method. This method was used to qualitatively describe the assessment scores obtained from all respondents. The study aimed to describe the nature of situation as it exists at the time of study and to explore its causes. The study will utilize Lovin's formula, a random sampling technique formula, to satisfy the required sample of the study. The sample will be calculated based on its total population N and a margin of error E with a 95% confidence level. This formula is mathematically expressed as N is greater than or equal to N over 1 plus N E squared, where N, capital N, the population, small n, the sample size, E, the margin of error. In order to draw the data needed to answer the specific problems in the study, the researcher utilized the data gathering instrument, particularly a survey questionnaire. A survey questionnaire was researchers' developed questionnaire and was divided into two sections. Section 1 included the profile of the respondents. Section 2 assessed the causes and effects of clients' untimely decision in construction project. The respondents' answer to the questionnaires was tallied and computation were facilitated through the use of statistics, table of frequency, percentages, weighted mean, and analysis of variance. The results. There are a total of 58 respondents who answered the survey questionnaires. Figures below shows majority of the respondents are between ages 40 to 49, it's 53.4%, and are project managers 20.7%, and quantity surveyors 17.2%. For the length of experience in the construction industry, majority have 10 years and above of experience, which is 86.2%. The respondents have have different opinions on the identified causes of clients' untimely decision. But in most factors identified, they are unsure that if that is really the causes of delay in decision-making progress. This might be due to the fact that the client might be different towards each of their roles in the construction project. In terms of the effects, the most agreed effects is the delay in furnishing and delivering the site to the contractors. With this, it can be said that untimely decision from the pre-construction to the post-construction phase greatly affects the progress of the project in terms of time, cost, and quality. Discussion. Based on the summary of the findings, the researcher concluded the following. Profile of the respondents. Respondents assess the causes and effects of clients and time decision in construction project. Significant difference on the assessment of the respondents on the causes and effects of the clients and timely decision when grouped according to profile. From the results of this study, it can be recommended that there should be a group of construction professionals in a company that should focus or handle these causes of clients' untimely decisions to prevent or minimize occurrence of defects. It is important to understand the client's background as well as their knowledge and attitudes towards their projects before taking part of it. It is also important to aware the client's owner the rules of legal penalties stated in the agreement that need to be implemented if the client, owner, or the contractor fails to complete the project within the given schedule. For future research, it is interesting to look at the knowledge, skills, and attitude of clients towards these hindrances in construction projects to determine their side of the issue. It is also recommended to conduct a comparative study of the causes and effects of untimely decision between governmental and private projects in Moscatoman, and to determine the sector that is more sensitive or is in decision-making in the construction project. Here are my references. Once again, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Our next presenter is Engineer Michelle Macaraig, and her research paper is entitled Challenges in the Adaptation of Agile Methodology in Construction Project.
To the faculty of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines of University Systems, to our dignitaries, distinguished guests, my fellow presenters, good evening. My name is Michelle Macaraig, and as part of the commencement exercises for Master of Science in Construction Management, I'll be presenting to you my topic, Challenges in the Adaptation of Agile Methodology in Construction Projects. To start with, I have noted down some clear causes and effects of the usual project challenges and adversities, like unclear goals and requirements, incomplete design solutions, lack of collaboration and teamwork, lack of funds, can have detrimental effect to any of the contracting parties, such as early termination or delayed completion, cost and time overruns, dispute arbitration or court cases, and that can be damaging to everyone, all the stakeholders involved. So in this study, it aims to understand the factors hindering the construction stakeholders in adopting agile methodologies in construction projects, wherein agile methodology was used effectively and found effective by the software and manufacturing industries. And as I went through the research, I have this reference from Sarah Lawayan, where she said that agile methodology is holding these 12 agile principles that can be applied in construction projects. These are: first, satisfy customers through early continuous improvement and delivery. Second, welcome changing requirements even late in the project. Third, deliver value frequently. Fourth, break the silos of your project or the walls in stakeholders, between stakeholders. Build projects around motivated individuals. Six, the most effective way to communicate is face-to-face. So interact with your people. Seven, working software is the primary measure of progress. rather than having these comprehensive documentations that traditional project management is using. Then 8, maintain sustainable working pace. 9, continuous excellence enhances agility. 10, simplicity is essential. 11, self-organizing team generate the most value. And 12, regularly reflect and adjust your way of work to boost effectiveness. So you may be wondering where, in which stage it can be beneficial in construction project. Well, as we all know that if changes happen after the pre-contract stage, in construction stage, the cost will be much higher because every change in drawings, in specifications, will have a corresponding cost and time impact. So that is not really advisable in changing anything during the contract stage. So changes, this agile principle can be applied throughout the process, but it's more beneficial if changes occur during the design stage, right? So since this study aims to know what are the challenges that the stakeholders are hindering to use these agile methodologies in construction projects. First, because agile methodology uses latest softwares, right? So if you are using latest softwares, you need to train your people. And not all employers or owners or consultants understands the importance of the working softwares like BIM, like what else? COSX, right? These became a trend nowadays. It's more beneficial for a company to have a staff that knows the process, knows these agile methodologies, right? So I have created this conceptual framework where my input would be profile of the responsible stakeholders, the assessment of the level of awareness and benefits in the adaptation of agile methodology in construction projects, the challenges in the adaptation of agile methodology in construction projects. And it will involve the process like literature review, administration of survey questionnaire, and presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. Then, to come up with my output would be the proposal for the adaptation of agile methodology. So, all through the process, I will receive feedback from the panelists until I come up with more comprehensive output. Okay. So these are my statement of the problem. What are the challenges in the adaptation of agile methodology in construction projects from client's point of view? And the same question to the consultant's point of view, the same for contractor's point of view. To give you a brief information about my respondents, these are the demographics of respondents. So 93% are Filipinos, and most of them held a position as civil engineer and planning project control. But basically, these respondents has this construction background here in Doha, Qatar. And majority of them are in senior level, aging from 30 to 50 years old, with a bachelor's degree as the highest educational attainment. And most of them are working in contractor side, representing 41.7%, and followed by working in consultancy and project management firms, representing 20%. And 82.3% of them has 11 years and above work experience. So they are really experienced individuals with regards to construction processes. All right. So here are my findings. For the client's point of view, the challenges are on the project financing, lack of awareness, and they're not open for new technology. While in the consultant's point of view, the challenges are lack of awareness, project delivery, stakeholders' involvement. It's not implemented at site, not implementation at site. And in contractor's point of view, it's all of the above: project financing, project delivery, stakeholders' involvement, lack of awareness, and not implemented at site. So the conclusion would be, in traditional and agile construction methodologies, they have both pros and cons that is in great consideration of each stakeholders. The level of challenges differs from client, consultants, and contractors. However, the common denominator of all the noted challenges is the lack of awareness, which clearly shows the main reason why agile methodology is not being implemented at construction projects. So this is considerably valid since agile methodology was just introduced in year 2000, when the construction sectors started to adopt the working methodologies of the software and manufacturing industries in managing the projects. Moreover, project financing and funding also a challenging factor for clients and contractors' perspective, as they both need to invest on trainings, technologies, and working software. Hence, as a recommendation, I am in concurrence with the majority of the respondents who recommends to use agile principles in construction project management and to invest in soft skills and non-core trainings for the personnel to increase the level of awareness and change the level of perception of all the stakeholders to maximize the benefit of agile methodology in terms of cost and or time savings in their construction projects. And that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening, and I would say mabuhay.
So thank you, Ma'am Michelle. And we have our third presenter, Engineer Michelle A. Amparo, to present her paper, Critical Success Factor in Executing Construction Projects.
A very good day to everybody. My name is Michelle Aguilar Amparo. I am now here to present my research entitled Critical Success Factor in Executing Construction Projects. Project alignment process is the process of aligning project goals and activities with the strategic vision of the organization. Alignment has been identified as an important criterion for successful project teams. Research has shown a significant increase in organizational financial performance and project success rates when projects were aligned with business strategy. The main objective of this study is to assess the level of awareness of construction stakeholders in terms of the impact of team misalignment in construction project execution, and to develop a strategic plan of action to create a strong team alignment. The data gathered in this study serve as the basis for the proposed action plan in developing strategies to strengthen the team alignment. This study proposed a risk identification to determine the impact of team misalignment in construction execution and strategies that can be used to create a strong team alignment in executing construction projects. The significance of the study. The results will be gathered in this research can assist construction projects and organizations in establishing an aligned team that will be effective to achieve the quality of construction projects in Qatar. It aims to provide a comprehensive investigation on the impact of team misalignment in construction and provide strategies and recommendations. It will also tackle the benefits of an aligned project team and its significance in the construction project. It can also help in achieving quality building construction projects through project team alignment by providing recommendations based on evidence derived from review of literature and the current state of the problem based on the gathered data from the target respondents. It will help managers in organizations to be able to have a strategic business unit which they can use to study to assess the state of alignment in their organization. It will also contribute to construction stakeholders, especially managers and engineers, because they are handling employees and workers in construction project. The statement of the problems are: what are the challenges that lead to team misalignment in construction project execution? What is the most significant impact of misaligned team? What can be the strategies that can be developed a project team alignment in construction? The scope of this study is only limited to constructors in the state of Qatar, with a particular emphasis on the consequences of poor project team alignment in the execution of construction project. This study will involve construction professionals from the contractor side who are currently working in construction project in the state of Qatar. The study will employ a quantitative research method. Quantitative methods emphasize objective measurements and the statistical, mathematical, or numerical analysis of data collected through polls, questionnaires, and surveys. So this started with the title selection, finding literature review, design a questionnaire, collect data through online survey, and then analyze the data and analyze the result, then come up with a conclusion and recommendation. The target population for this research are construction professionals who are contractors or in contracting company and currently working in construction project in the state of Qatar. The respondents may have at least 1 year of experience and have been part of the project management team. The researcher does not selectively target participants. All project team members have to have a minimum of 1 year experience, as they were most likely to have a direct experience working in the team context. Also, all project team members must be from a diverse backgrounds of profession and hold different roles of the project. Survey questionnaires were based on the review of the literature study as well as the observations of the researcher on the status of the situation in construction companies in the state of Qatar. This survey will be distributed online through Google Forms, since it is the fastest method to collect responses, and it will be automatically stored, allowing for an easier analysis of the results. The survey questionnaire is divided in 3 parts. The first part is the socio-demographic profile. The second and third part will use a 5-point Likert scale, which will determine the knowledge and perspective of the respondents in the statement of indicators in the questionnaire containing 10 items each. The questionnaire shall be circulated through online Google form, as I mentioned earlier, to the professional organizations who are working in the construction, and through the assistance of some colleagues and friends who works in the same profession in different contracting companies and some field in the state of Qatar. The questionnaire can be answered by respondents within 5 to 8 minutes, and the data collection will be done by the researcher for 2 weeks to be able to gather more responses. The researcher will generate the data from the Google Form responder to the computer and utilize the use of Excel program to be able to tabulate, tally, and analyze the collected data. Descriptive analysis techniques such as mean frequencies and percentages for the socio-demographic characteristics will be used. The numerical data will be validated through manual statistical techniques and with the help of with the assistance of the statistician, using a coding system and SPSS. The results obtained following the online survey showed that in terms of sex, 80% are male. That simply shows that construction industry is still dominated by men. Also, the results showed that majority, which is 52% of the respondents, are between 41 to 50 years old, which belongs to the middle age group. The highest educational attainment is bachelor's degree, and most of the respondents have an experience in construction industry for between 16 to 20 years, which is 28%, but 20 years and above, we've got 39% out of 100 respondents, meaning to say that they have more or enough knowledge on the situation that is happening in the state of Qatar. 96% of the respondents belongs to the contractor. Based on the frequency and mean distribution of respondents' awareness on the impact of team misalignment, it shows that frequent missed deadlines and scope creep has a weighted mean of 4.15, which is the highest. And the RII value, or level of importance ranking, the frequent missed deadlines and scope creep is 0.83. So meaning to say that the relative difference showed a moderately high across all events, with ranging from 0.77 to 0.83. In the response assessment on the strategies to create a strong team alignment, it shows, just give me a second. Okay. Making communication and transparency part of the core values of the organization of the project is second to the setting up clear goals for the team in pre-construction phase. Therefore, most of the response was we have to have a setting clear goals for the team in pre-construction phase itself. That gives for the RII relative value of 0.952. It was observed that all strategies presented to the respondents showed a relatively high level of importance, with RII values from 0.87 to 0.95. In order to overcome the challenges in misalignment in project execution, it is vital that there will be a good communication and setting team goals and objectives. The goals shall be clear, and communication and transparency between project team members shall be observed. The impact of team misalignment in project execution cause frequent missed deadlines and scope creep, misunderstanding and miscommunication, slow decision-making which leads to work delays, endless meetings and waste of resources. This must be monitored and controlled to be able to resolve schedule and cost overrun. Strategies are needed to create a strong team alignment, and based on the result, this includes setting clear and accurate goals, having a regular meetings and clear constant communication process, ensuring communication and transparency is part of the core values of the organization, establishing good working relationship with the project team and motivating team members. With the results, it can be concluded that most of the consequences of the misalignment are still present in the construction industry in the state of Qatar. This study recommends to first establish and articulate the organizational purpose and strategies, project goals, target completion date to align the team's goals and work strategies. It is recommended to encourage collaboration over competition as this foster team alignment. It also recommended to practice the use of motivating factors such as recognition and bonuses. It is important to review process regularly. One process shows that it works, no further attention is given to it. However, process become outdated and inefficient. So it is crucial to regularly review processes to see what is working and what is not. This research represents an initial investigation on the team alignment in construction project in the state of Qatar. Thus, it is also recommended for future researchers to validate the team alignment factors presented on this research with a larger population size. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Ma'am Michelle Amparo. Now we'll proceed to the Q&A, or question and answer, for our first three presenters, Engineer Ariel Garcia, Ma'am Michelle Macaraig, and Ma'am Michelle Amparo. May I request the three of you to please open your camera to be recognized and also answer our questions. So to the three of you, our question is, what made you decide to pursue this particular research, ma'am? Let's start with Ma'am Makaraig.
Thank you so much, Engineer Josie Golpeo. What made me decide to take to go through this study is we all know that agile methodology in project management is still not fully used in construction projects, and since in my 13 years of experience, I haven't seen a project, at least in my experience, that were successful enough in terms of completing on time and on cost, and the overall impact of it. So when I was going through the project management book of knowledge, I came across this new principle that was added in the recent edition, which is the agile project management. And since it's not fully implemented in the current status of the project, in the projects, particularly here in the state of Qatar, I made this study to see to know why it's not being implemented, and that's why now, based on this study, I know the main reason why it's not being implemented. Not all know and not all understand really what is agile project management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Engineer Makaraig. Now we proceed to the other lady, Michelle. Ma'am Michelle Amparo. So you've mentioned your teamwork alignment. So what made you pursue, ma'am, your paper or your research?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Basically, I came up with this research because I've been working in the Middle East for 3 countries in the Middle East from the past 20 years, and with different companies like contracting company and now the end user, and it's the same problem that I am seeing. So it's due to my personal experience, and also because of what the outcome of the projects that I have encountered that failed. Not with my project, with the colleagues that I have in the company. Like there's the missing factor. That's why it's failing. And I want to contribute on the society or in the construction industry to, even this is a very basic research, but then it has a it has a good impact on the research, on the society, especially in handling project and project management. So I believe that through my experience and through through my personal experience and through the colleagues and friends and in the Middle East, and particularly now I'm here in Qatar, it's the same issue. So that's why I came up with this thesis research. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Amparo. Now we'll proceed to our next presenter earlier, Sir Ariel. Sir, what's your opinion on the matter? Naka-mute ka po, Sir Ariel.
Okay, ma'am. Could you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Good morning
Okay.
po.
Good morning po. Good morning to all. As I have mentioned in my introduction paper, that most of my experience or most of my project here in Oman, either big project or small projects, I have encountered this delay of the construction because of the delay in or untimely decision of the client. So, and then that's why I only experienced it here actually in my 16 years here. So that is mostly what I had my experience. So that's why I had made this research.
Paper. So thank you very much, Sir Ariel, Ma'am Michelle Macaraig, and Ma'am Amparo for your questions. As much as we want to give more questions, but in the interest of time, I will have to cut it short. So siguro we'll just we have the recording. So for most people who want to have reference on the presentations of Engineer Garcia, Ma'am Michelle Amparo, and Ma'am Michelle Macaraig, you may access the recording by our technical team in your emails. So hopefully this will be very helpful. And of course, the presentations provided by our 3 researchers would be beneficial to their company in the future and to other researchers. So thank you very much. At this juncture, we'd like to ask again our audience and also our 3 presenters, this time for the photo opportunity.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations po to the 3 of you. And we'll have a bunch of other research presentations in the afternoon session. But this time, we'll have to end the morning session and have our break, lunch break. And we'll be back at 1 p.m. for our next presenter. So this is the evaluation link for our day 2. And make sure to please enter your correct name and email so that you will be able to get your e-certificates. And please take note that we will not issue to those misspelled names. So kindly double check your spelling of your names. So thank you very much again for attending our webinar earlier and also the presentation. So see you in the afternoon.